Yes, another Saturday to take you closer to the action. And you know the big games are here in time soon. Yes, the international break is over. And attention, it's moved once again to club action for the home stretch. Yes, for the home stretch, I call it that because you know that this is the final stretch before titles are decided, cup games are won, and yes, champions emerge from all the competitions all across Europe as we count down to the end of the season before, of course, the World Cup in the summer. Good afternoon, welcome to today's edition of the show. Victor Kani is my name, and yes, time it is to get started right here and bring you the action on Football Live. It gets exciting all the time, and I can tell you for certain that yes, the kickoff is in another 42 minutes or thereabouts, or 38 minutes, I guess. Yeah, 38 minutes. We could take you there. So yes, welcome. Good afternoon, all. The international break is over. The clocks have gone back to yes, they've gone forward, and we are ready to go full steam ahead of the final stretch of the season. There is so much up for grabs between now and the end of May, starting with a huge FA Cup quarter-final game at the Etihad Stadium at lunchtime. It's Manchester City versus Liverpool. With a trip to Wembley on the line, it should be a cracker. Now, do not forget that in this fixture, as far as it is concerned this season, not as it concerns the FA Cup, but in the league itself, it has been advantage Manchester City, who have done the double over Liverpool this season so far. So yes, they'll be expecting that things will look good and it will come their way. Yes, but let's see how that goes and how Liverpool could possibly respond, because yes, a trophy is on the line, and would they feel the strong side? Victor Kani is my name, and let's get started on Football Live. Yes, today's edition of the action right here. And yes, getting right into it so far this season, it's been advantage City. Yes, it's been advantage Manchester City. But yes, at the Etihad, would Liverpool find a response? Big question on Football Live. I ask you that because you already know that as far as the league is concerned, City has had the upper hand this season. So far this season is advantage City in their clashes with Liverpool. 2 wins, an easy one at the Etihad and an almost miraculous one at Anfield. 2 teams are back. Yes, the 2 of them are back at the Etihad for a highly anticipated FA Cup quarter-final. City beat Arsenal to the Carabao Cup final before the international break with a tactical masterclass from Pep Guardiola. It will give them great confidence, especially in the title race. Arne Slotz's side, on the other hand, have struggled for consistency. Mohamed Salah's form has been poor all season, and for his final game for Liverpool against Manchester City, he would want to do something special. Florian Wirtz was outstanding for Germany in 2 games over the international break, while Hugo Ekitike shone like a star for France. These bodes well for the current Premier League champions Liverpool, who face a massive task on Saturday as the discontent, of course, among their fans, especially against Arne Slot, grows quickly. Who wins the FA Cup quarterfinal? Yes, who wins the FA Cup quarterfinal clash? City or Liverpool? City or Liverpool? Who wins the FA Cup quarterfinal clash? Would it be City or would it be Liverpool? Yes, would it be City or would it be Liverpool? Yes, it's how we get it started today on the show. Let's take you even closer into it and let you know that with the FA Cup, all that is coming, we've got FA Cup quarterfinal games, of course, for today. With West Ham United and Leeds United to come tomorrow. We'll start with a blockbuster tie at the Etihad Stadium. It is Manchester City against Liverpool. And later on, it will be Chelsea who will take on Port Vale. And Southampton will welcome Arsenal. Lineups are here. Let's check it out. Before we know, we'll bring back the question: who wins, City or Liverpool? Now, Manchester United City boss Pep Guardiola makes one change to their triumphant Carabao Cup game. Yes, Carabao Cup side that beat Arsenal at Wembley last time out. England centre-back Matt Gahey, who could well have been lining up for the opposition this lunchtime, was cup-tied for the game. Yes, for that game against Arsenal. But he comes back in for Nathan Ake. Neither Ruben Diaz nor John Stones are involved, but there is a place on the bench for Mateo Kovacic, who has missed most of the season with an ankle injury. So it is James Trafford in goal, Matheus Nunes, Abdul Karim Kushanov, Matt Gahey, as well as O'Reilly, Rodri and Bernardo Silva are the two from the back four. It is Semenyo, Cheki and Doku playing right behind Erling Haaland, who leads the attack for this Manchester City side. And for Liverpool, yes, Arne Slot makes 3 changes to the side beaten by Brighton before the international break. Salah returns to the starting lineup for the first time since announcing he will be leaving the Reds at the end of the season, with Joe Gomez and Curtis Jones also coming in. Cody Gakpo, Alexis McAllister and Jeremy Frimpong, they make way. And a British record signing, Alexander Isak, is not involved as he makes his way back to fitness following a broken leg. And so for Liverpool, Babadashvili is the man in goal. It is Gomez, Konate, Van Dijk, as well as Kerkesh, of course, Gravenberch and Curtis Jones are the two in front of the back four. It is Mohamed Salah, Dominic Szoboszlai and Florian Wirtz. They play right behind Ugo Ekechike, who leads the line for the side. Yes, of course, as the action continues, right here, who wins, City or Liverpool? And there's a big boost for Liverpool this week as Alexander Isak is returned to a team training 101 days. Yes, 101 days after his surgery on a broken leg. And coach, head coach Arne Slot said Isak was in contention to play a few minutes, but Isak is not in match day squad, and clearly the decision has been made to give him a bit more time to get his speed up. Liverpool's record £125 million signing has been out since December 20 after having fractured his leg and had an ankle surgery. The 26-year-old Sweden striker, who of course has scored 3 goals in 16 appearances for the Reds before his injury against the Spurs, returned to full training on Thursday. It will take a bit of time to give him lots of minutes, but we will do the right thing in terms of building up his minutes, the coach of course has said ahead of this game. It bodes well for the two sides. Who wins? This may not be quite a clash for the two best sides in the country, arguably of course the world, as it was quite a few years ago. Yes, but it is still a mouth-watering FA Cup fixture. Neither side has quite hit their heights they aspire to in this campaign, but Manchester City remain in the hunt for a domestic treble. While all their struggles in the league, Liverpool will still end the season with the FA Cup and Champions League trophies in their grasps. Unlikely that both scenarios may seem, that will be the goal for these two teams, and a win today would give them a huge confidence boost heading into the final stretch of the season. Joseph Obicheson joins on the show this afternoon. Football Live, the action continues. Joseph, this is a mouth-watering fixture. Good afternoon. First things first, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. Great to be here. And, of course, started the weekend with a fantastic match as big as this, for the FA Cup. And the truth is, okay, maybe not exciting times, especially with the fact that both teams have not exactly, fallen into good times in, relatively. Manchester City obviously struggling, Liverpool on the other hand as well, struggling to even get into, get a crack into what European football would be, or at least the Champions League as it were. But the truth is, I think the FA Cup is a little bit more, you could look ahead and look at it and from the angle of FA Cup it adds a little bit more dynamics to the game, and I think they will probably want to look past what has befallen of them this season and want to concentrate on at least getting a cup for them. I think maybe you might not agree that it trumps whatever happens or make what it makes of them, for the season. But the truth is that, and in as much as you want to say, okay, they've had a bad season, I think when you have a cup competition on the horizon, you want to try as much as possible to get to the farthest, not even because of the trophies, but for the money it comes with, but the fact that, okay, even on a bad season, you're getting your hands on a trophy, something Manchester United fans would always have, against some of the contemporaries. And the fact that some of these trophies guarantee passage into some of the cup competitions in Europe. Yes, maybe Europa League is not where you think Liverpool would be, but realistically, where they are now in the Premier League table, even though it looks as if they might cement it, but the truth is, you don't even trust the Liverpool side to say, okay, they will go 4 games unbeaten, or 4 games winning streak for them to even cement themselves, if not for Champions League, but at least for Europe, because you look at some of the teams that are quietly, silently having a good season for themselves, and then they are pushing, and then when it comes to the wire, when it comes down to that moment where they absolutely need it, you don't even trust them enough to not bottle it. So I think for me, the fact that the FA Cup comes with something that you can use as a bit to qualify for Europe next season. Maybe downplay it all you like, but I don't think that goes on in the end of the players. And for Manchester City, obviously, you don't know if Guardiola, this is the last season, he wants to buy out on the ad. I don't think a domestic double will be too bad for him in terms of the ovation, whether it's loud or not. The truth is, he has done so much, and I think winning a domestic double is better than living on empty-handed. And the fact that there are many other players that we are talking about, Rodri potentially moving away from Manchester City after all the drama. Bernardo Silva said, okay, this is the right time for me to leave Manchester City and probably move elsewhere. A few other players here and there who you are not exactly, there are rumors of Erling Braut Haaland now, speculations as they are, but the truth is, there are always some of these pointers, and I think moving out at this point in time, when you have the opportunity to win a cup competition for the club you love, I think you have to give all your everything into it. Given that, again, the Premier League is not guaranteed, the Champions League are not is nowhere to be found for Manchester City, not for Liverpool, and I think they want to try as much as possible to gain that bragging right over the other one. So I think for me, it gives it a little bit of spice, and maybe you look at that Carabao Cup final. Yes, this is not a final. You look at that Carabao Cup final, you might probably look at, okay, this is a final you can probably afford to throw away, since you have something the Premier League as sort of insurance. It's never going to be a bad season if you're winning the Premier League for Arsenal, and I think because both teams recognize the stake here, I think it's going to be extra spicy, and I think it's good for even the neutrals, and I expect that they go at each other, attack for attack, and it's going to be pretty much end to end. So I'm looking forward to a very big beautiful game between these two guys. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully we are not disappointed, but it looks like a very good game before it even starts.
Okay, so yeah, Joseph clearly not pitching his stance there, but he wants the game to come with all the smoke. Yes, we're waiting for it. 090-44,889. Numbers to call to be a part of the show this evening, this afternoon, beg your pardon. And yes, on WhatsApp, you can send us a message on 090-44,889. Let's hear from you. Only on WhatsApp, of course. Send messages there. Don't call that line. Don't call it on WhatsApp. You can call it on a normal call. And yes, we can take that. Who wins? Would it be City or would it be Liverpool? City definitely have the edge. They've done 6 points over Liverpool in the course of the season. Or would Liverpool dig deep and come back? You heard the lineup already. So yes, it's not a matter of, oh, we'll have to wait until we see the lineup to know how strong they are. I saved that as well. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, welcome. Welcome.
How is work?
Good.
Yeah. For my sake, for Liverpool.
What's your name, please? Tell us your name.
Okay. My name is Emmanuel.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm seeing in that game, I'm seeing it is going to end in a draw, and it's going to for a penalty. But I don't know anyone that is going to win the penalty. But the match is going to be a draw. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. The draw at the Etihad will be a huge result for Liverpool. I'll be honest with you. Again, they need to come together and put up a good performance. Let's see if they are able to piece all that together and get things right. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
My name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel. Aha. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, this is Oscar.
Oscar, how are you doing today?
Fine, sir.
Where do you think this is going to go?
Yes, Man City wants to win 2-0.
Really?
Yes, 2-0. Full time 0.
All right. Another competition, early days, of course. We've had 2 out of 3 guys now saying City to win this one. I mean, more reasons for Liverpool fan to, of course, not be happy with the coach if this turns out that way. Joseph.
Well, yes, you look at how the season has turned for Liverpool. I mean, to be honest, you would understand if Liverpool fans are not exactly happy. I don't think there's any, fan base who would look at what sort of business they did over the summer and not expect the team to at least try to win something. Or I think the barest minimum would be, okay, play good football. Let's see the effort. Let's see what these guys have brought to the team. Let's see, how well they come together. But to be honest, it's been in tatters. You're having, some of these players, world class by the way, not, pulling the weight. Some injury, some are just there. They're playing, and it's not as if the quality is there. So I think it's largely been a frustrating season for them. And again, especially for Arne Slot, I'm not going to leave him out because sometimes businesses go downwards, and just as you don't expect them. And to be honest, I sometimes feel for Arne Slot. I'm not sure anybody would have predicted. I mean, people were saying Isak joins this team and they become unstoppable. Because you saw the brilliance of Isak just last season, and the thing is, he's not been able to replicate it even when he is, basically fit. So what more can you, ask of him when he's not fit? So I think it's a really dicey situation to be in, and the fact that you also did not spend where you probably need the most, the back of the defense, and it feels as if the defense has basically been neither here nor there this season. Gomez is starting from the right back position now, where you obviously would have spent better numbers. Okay, yeah, you got Frimpong, but Frimpong has not been available, so it means you have to start digging around. I think you'd have at least not allowed the guy Jaron Konsa go. I think there's a whole it was a mess basically. And again, I would probably fault the system or even Adesina for that, because he could have probably been proactive enough to see all of these things ahead of time and be able to make better decisions. But the truth is, for this kind of season they've had, I would not be naive to say Liverpool fans should not ask for better, because if you are even improving in attack, the numbers in attack are not better than what they had last season. And you might make excuse of, okay, it was Salah, but the truth is, if you're having an Isak who scoring 20-25 goals last season, and then you're having Florian Wirtz, you're adding an Ekitike who has been scoring, and it's still not better, I refuse to say from the angle of, okay, it always has to come from Salah. So for me, I would understand, but I think maybe it gives him a little bit of what's the word now? You can give him the benefit of the doubt if they go on to win this. I mean, this is not even near the final yet. They win this one step closer. But the truth is, it gives him that little bit of, okay, even when everything is crashing down, we can still hold our heads up, and say, okay, yeah, we were able to achieve something, similar to what Manchester United had to go through that season when they won the FA Cup, and they were finishing outside of the European places, and they had to drag themselves back, and because, okay, there's hope for the future, and we can even bank on this momentum and take it a step further. So I think the recovery is what will be the most important thing. But again, I think this trophy is more than important to Arne Slot. Considering how this season has been, I think they should show more fight in this game than Manchester City. They should want it more. Manchester City already have their hands on one trophy. They are almost guaranteed the Champions League place. And I think, it is not to say they will throw it away, but Liverpool just have to show more heart in this one to ensure that they win it. So I think for me, that is where you probably look at it from the angle of more determination from Liverpool would maybe give them that extra edge to go further to win it.
Okay.
And for Salah, the last hurrah. He has to win something for Liverpool to bow out of the very good news. That does not mean it erases. If it doesn't mean it erases his legacy in Liverpool. But I think for the final time he'll be with the fans, he has to leave. It's practically going to be the last game of the season. Just after the Premier League season, the final week, in front of the fans of Liverpool, he just has to do it. If they eventually go on to the final and probably win it, but for me, I think Liverpool have more dog in this fight, the bigger fights, and they should show it.
Okay. By the way, Mohamed Salah has 20 goals and assists against Manchester City in the 9 years he's been at Anfield. So yes, will that be something to prove as far as this fixture is concerned? You might want to do it and roll back the years for one more time. Hello. Good afternoon.
I call back.
Emmanuel, yes, you cannot call back, please. Give other people an opportunity to talk on the show so that they too can make their contributions. Hello, good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon.
Joseph, I greet you.
Welcome.
Yes, Vicky, na Daniel Desmond.
Okay.
Yes, for me, City may have beaten Liverpool twice this season. They beat Arsenal in the Carabao Cup. But you see this game, Vicky, it's not going to be an easy game for Man City. I like Man City so much. I like Pep Guardiola so much. But you see this particular game, they say if something happened first time, they say a mistake. It happens second time, they say a coincidence. This third time, if City eventually beats Liverpool, they go say maybe after, but I don't see City for that 8-year stadium scoring 2 goals against Liverpool today. And reason being that the both teams they are coming back from international break. If you say this one there in form going into this game compare maybe from their last game. Nobody played last game maybe yesterday or day before yesterday. Both of the two teams they are coming back from international break, and everybody are coming back with a different ginger and morale. For me, this game go easy. Go allow. I prefer Man City win, but go easy. I know even see Man City scoring 2 goals for it. Highest than go figure it now 1, and if they should score 1, Liverpool go score 1. I'm seeing this game going beyond 90 minutes, maybe 1-1 full time. maybe extra time go decide who wins the game. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Daniel Desmond, for that one. Now, gather your thoughts, please, so that on the same topic you do not call, make your contribution 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and then you go back and remember something, and then you call back again. No. Gather your thoughts as much as possible, especially for one topic. Make your contribution at once, and then maybe next time, of course, you want to try for another topic. But on the same topic, you will have to give other people a chance to make a contribution. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Emmanuel, no, you cannot call back on the same topic. You cannot call back on the same topic. You've called before. Yeah, I think you were the first two callers on the same topic were both Emmanuels. Okay, you made your contribution already, and yes, now we can move on to other things. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Yes, the action continues. Football Live, right on your Champions Dial. Now, Pep Guardiola is serving a second match of a touchline ban today, so he will be watching from the director's box today. That means Manchester City will be marshalled by a man very familiar with Liverpool's style and fans alike, Pep Lijnders. Yes, the Dutchman was assistant to Jurgen Klopp at Anfield for 6 years before leaving alongside, the German in 2024. He said he would never be assistant to another manager, but after a stint in charge at RB Salzburg didn't work out, Lijnders decided a chance to work alongside Pep Guardiola was too good to refuse. Yes, the man, he will be the one in charge of that game today. He'll be assisted by Kolo Touré. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
This is Comrade Awana Mozi calling from Masaba.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, today's day, after Martin, because going back to the statistics of FA Cup knockouts between both sides, the next FA Cup knockouts 4 times, and Liverpool knocked them out 4 times. So it's not going to be an easy day for them today. I see Liverpool getting the victory over them today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one as well. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
But they call me IK, the Englishman. I'm calling from Lagos.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, I want to talk about Manchester and Liverpool.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't think I well the same thing I'm not. Now Liverpool will beat Manchester 3-2. Yes. Now waiting my see. You tell me. Thank you.
You people who can see the future. You are a special breed. Now, people talk about this game and everybody talks about it in such a way that, oh, well, they think it cannot happen a third time. Now, who has something to lose as far as this game is concerned? Because on Wednesday, Liverpool have to have the full complement of their best starting 11 in the game against Paris Saint-Germain. So knowing that you have a competition where you have to be at your best also, is there a chance they could be keeping an eye on that one while also not going full throttle on this one? Because, of course, might burn them out. City do not have any other competition. They will have to wait until next weekend now to play in the league, while, of course, Liverpool, they know that, okay, whatever the outcome of this game, they still have to play come Wednesday.
Well, I think that could probably have been possible if it's a Carabao Cup. I think the FA Cup it maintains that's that prestige, of being the biggest cup competition. First of all, apart from the Premier League, you have the FA Cup, and I think whether we like it or not, I think it will be difficult for the manager to actually say we want to rest players, especially for an FA Cup. And I think the PSG game would obviously be, based on the eye tests, would obviously be the bigger game because it is the Champions League for what is worth, whatever interpretation anybody has of that. But I think that's where you need the depth sometimes. And Manchester City probably, I don't know if they will feel lucky because they are not playing. They are not going to be playing midweek, for the border. But I think again, it's down to how you manage the game. It's how to down to how you manage the game. Probably when you have, I'm not sure it will extend to extra time, but I feel like if you are not able to kill off the game in 60 minutes, you also need to start withdrawing some of your big guys. I have the problem with everybody plays and go with your best 11. I think that's the logical thing to do, but I think it will not be exactly wise to keep them for the entirety of the game. Probably 60 minutes, 70 minutes. I think it should be pulled out and allow the fresh legs to run the rest without taking away from how solid or how or the intensity of the game at that point in time. And I think that's how it would eventually play out for Liverpool, because whether you like it or not, they cannot keep all their eggs in one basket. You can't say because the Premier League is going back, you still don't want to play as much as possible to win as much points as possible. Neither do you want to throw away the cup competition. And I think they look at the Champions League. I feel we just want to, even if we can just kill the game in one leg, I think that will give us better momentum into the following week. So I think for me, it just goes down to how well Arne Slot does this the game management, and if he's able to pull it off, I think he will not be giving so much away. I think he'll be be able to maintain freshness for whatever comes up against PSG. And by the way, PSG also played their game yesterday. They won. And maybe that gives them a little bit of 24 hours rest in terms of the difference between what what they have to play and also Liverpool. But I think for me, it goes down to the games management. It just has to get it right, and I think it will not be giving too much away. I think that's how it's going to end up anyway, because I don't see Szoboszlai should not be playing the entire game. He's the most important player this season, and you don't want to risk injury, fatigue. He was out there during the international window as well. So I think you just want to manage how he does and to be able to maintain that freshness, and I think that's how we're going to go.
Okay, let's see how that goes, because of course we're thinking about that one now, and a whole lot can still change as far as this fixture is concerned. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Yes, the numbers to call to be a part of Football Live. Yes, we're right in it, and anytime soon, of course, we should be talking about the kickoff of that game. Okay, yes, both teams, of course, have arrived, and let's see how that goes. Right now, Liverpool are miles off the team that they were last season, and beating City probably feels more achievable than getting past PSG. I'm not convinced which they will do or how they would do it, but if they end up going out of both competition in the space of 10 days, then Liverpool fans are going to be even more disgruntled. City are already out of Europe and will be, yes, they will be hard, but not impossible for them to win the Premier League from here. But Pep Guardiola has already, yes, landed the Carabao Cup. You heard when Joseph said that, and always, of course, takes the FA Cup seriously anyway. They are looking to extend their own record by reaching the semi-final of their 8th successive season. And if they get to the final, they will be the first team to make it 4 in a row. City could, of course, really do with getting Erling Haaland firing again. He's not been at his best. While this is Liverpool's first game since Mohamed Salah's announcement that he will be leaving the club at the end of the season, there's so many different ways to look at this tie, and who, of course, might step up to the win for the side. But City are at home, and they also have beaten Liverpool twice already this season. Well, what is your feeling? That City can do it again, or you think Liverpool might spring up a surprise as far as this one is concerned? We're counting down to the kickoff of that game. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Is that
Yes, you're on to Sports Radio.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mecca calling from Ecuador.
Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon to you.
For my own opinion in this Liverpool match, in paper, if you take it in paper, Liverpool Man City is trying to win the game, but in a field of play, Liverpool is going to be more serious and more determined, because they don't know what the top four may come, happen to them. They will be more serious, and this one is going to be the last game of Mo Salah, and it's going to prove everybody wrong that it is really the Mo Salah that you people know about. Please try to give us update about the live score that the match is going on there. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, it is Football Live, your Champion Star Sports Radio Live FM. And yes, of course, let's get right into it as we take a more for the contribution to go to WhatsApp. Of course, we have a few messages waiting there. Ismail Sani from Agege says this is tight to call, considering both teams are aiming to finish as high this season as possible. Both teams currently eyeing the most realistic trophy they can lay their hands on. Good afternoon. I give Man City to beat Liverpool 2-1 the scoreline. Solomon from Newmarket, Oniru. Hi, Victor and Joe. I think this will be a mouth-watering game, but I see City scaling through. Enjoying the show. Ekene from Hull City. All right. It is cooking. It is going down. Trafford in goal. Matheus Nunes, Koshanov, Gehi, O'Reilly, Bernardo Silva, Rodri, Semenyo, Cheki, and Doku. Yes, they're playing right behind Erling Haaland. And on the bench, Donnarumma, Reinders, Ake, Mamouche, Kovacic, Gonzalez, Aït-Nouri, Savinho, and Phil Foden. Yes, as put out by Pep Guardiola this afternoon. How about his opposing coach, Arne Slot? He's got Mamadashvili in goal. Gomez, Konate, Van Dijk, Kerkej. Of course, it is Gravenberch and Curtis Jones who are in front of the back four. Salah, Szoboszlai, and Viet are the other two. In the attack, playing right behind the Kechike. Woodman, McAllister. And the other guys, of course, are the ones there. As far as this fixture is concerned, a bit of English football royalty in the building. Sir Alex Ferguson. Yes, he's in the house. And let's see. I mean, he did warn. One of the last things he said before he retired was that, look, these noisy neighbors, the noise won't go away. You thought it was a joke then. 13 years down the line, you know better. Chiesa is on the bench. Frimpong is there. Gakpo, McAllister, Morrison, Ngomoa, Nyoni, Robertson, and Woodman on the Liverpool bench in this game. How many game changers are really on this bench right now? Maybe McAllister, maybe Gakpo to a certain degree. Gakpo has not been at his best this season also. I mean, started off the season well. Things have not particularly looked good for him this season. But yeah, well, all these are part of what we'll be talking about, and that's why, of course, it is Football Live, and the game is set to get started. Now, they're up against a man who used to be Jurgen Klopp's assistant, a man who is set to know Liverpool very well. Joseph, how much of an advantage is this for City in this game?
Well, I think it's a different system now, Arne Slot. Not exactly what it was.
A more vulnerable system compared to what he was used to under Klopp.
Yeah, and I think for me, you look at it from the angle of the player profiles. I think that's where, I mean, there's somebody who has been with Chris Salah number of times, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, and a number of these guys. So it knows, I mean, a great deal what it can add to, you know, the team, and the fact of even the applications to, you know, and interpretation to different roles. I think that will give Manchester City the upper hand here. You know, somebody who has worked in the again, not the full tactical team, but want to know, okay, the strength and the weakness of the majority or the core of the team. I think that's where it's, you know, it comes in handy, and you know, okay, this is where Van Dijk could probably, you know, progress the ball up to. These are the weaknesses. You have to isolate him. Konate as well. You have to, you know, force him down the wing when Gomez is caught up trying to maybe press. And I think that's where, you know, it comes in handy for Pep Guardiola. And I think for me, somebody who knows all of these players and the application to the, you know, to the roles, you know, to the interpretation and how they carry it on the pitch of play, carry it out. I think it's a really good, you know, addition to Pep Guardiola. Yes, you have so many of the players, for Manchester City would obviously, do well because it's the same system for a very long while now, and I think for me, tactically speaking, you could say Manchester City have the upper hand. I mean, they are playing everywhere where they need to be played. But when you are having a Jones, you're having a Gomez, who's actually practically had to play out of position because to accommodate the fact that some of their best legs are not around, and of course you have Vets who's been not really been there this season. So Szoboszlai has probably more work to do than just attacking. He has to help Curtis Jones as well because he's the kind of guy. Yes, he puts in the shift, but he has some terrible moments on him, and you also expect him to also add something in attack as well. So I think for me, somebody who knows at key moments where what this guy could be thinking, in what position, in what time. I think you have to give it to Manchester City and their technical setup and how they look at this game. And obviously for me, that's the advantage. So Liverpool, on the other hand, will just have to go for it with everything they've got.
Okay.
And try as much as possible to also balance the fact that we are not the best team here, but we also need to maximize all of the resources we have in order to get what we have. Because on paper, Manchester City looks stronger. So yes, I think Liverpool would also have to balance out their squad and not be too proactive into pressing so much of Manchester City. We saw what happened against Arsenal. At one point, they were pressing Arsenal so high, and they saw that the passes were evading the entire midfield. So just about closing to the end of the first half, I think they relaxed the press a little bit, and they saw that Arsenal had no answer. They were not able to build. So I think that's what Arne Slot also has to study from that game, and I'm sure he must have learned one or two lessons and be able to apply from here. But let's see how it goes. I think the first half will tell us how much to expect in the second half.
Okay, game is kicked off already. We are in the third minute. Yes, Liverpool, of course, got us underway in this fixture. Yes, it is goalless as we speak, but of course it is looking really, really good. Liverpool making attacking forays into the City area. City themselves, of course, doing the best that they can as far as this one is concerned. Early days in the game just yet, but it is goalless. We've just, of course, gone past the third minute of this game. Manchester City versus Liverpool, FA Cup quarterfinal. Yes, first of the 3 games lined up for today as far as fixtures are concerned. Okay, first of the 3 lined up today as far as fixtures are concerned. This is also coming at the time when Salah is not doing too well, and there are question marks about Haaland as well. 2 guys, of course, who would have coming into this fixture, if these guys were on fire, you would have relished the stake. But right now, of course, both guys are not exactly at it, and question marks around if they could pop up with something special in this game.
Yeah, and I think it will depend on what the defense of both sides throw at them. Because Salah feels like a guy who has been building momentum for quite a while now, and you look at his numbers in the past few matches, it has actually been more positive. The number of chances created, he's been more involved in the team than when we had at the beginning of the season, where it's really slowed down for him. But I look at how City have set up defensively now. When they are defending, I notice they have the majority of the team in the box, and you have the 3 attacking men only outside of the box, and even it's a compact what's the word? It's a compact defense where they tend to choke the box instead of just going out to attack or counter press Liverpool. And I think for Salah this season, yes, you don't want to give space to Salah. Obviously, that's his strength, and I've seen from when he got the ball, he has not just 2 guys on him, 3. You look at every point where Liverpool, basically have the ball in the 18-yard area of Manchester City, they crowd them, and that's why you have the midfield also joining, defensive force with their defenders to ensure that they just sniff out the attackers. But they are not going for the tackles full on. They are just trying to block all the channels and get in as much numbers as possible to choke out whatever Liverpool are trying to throw at them. And you see that they feel. It's not as if they carved out enough chances, Liverpool, but I think they've had like 2 or 3 touches where it's been really positive for them. So you see that they go with the ball at every stage, like waves after wave, and Liverpool basically don't know what to do with the ball when they even get in those promising positions. And I think if you put Salah in that kind of position, it will limit what he has to do. This is not a Salah that will take on 1, 2, 3 men in close spaces. That was when he was, in his very prime. He scored 1 or 2 goals against Manchester City in those positions before, but he's not going to, be that guy, because he's not been that guy this season. And I think it's really working well for Manchester City defensive wise. I think it's a smart one to do. But for Liverpool, on the other hand, you know that Haaland thrives in space, and it comes in when they need to cross from the not even in the 6-yard box. It comes in far post, and I think most times when it comes in fast post like that, you have Van Dijk and even Gomez who can go aggressive sometimes on him. And I think that's where they've looked to minimize the impact of these two attackers, who should normally be the star guys and the people who would basically turn the game or grab it by the scruff of the neck. And I think defensively, although we've not seen much from Liverpool, but I think what Manchester City have done so far against Salah and even the attacking lines, has been pretty much good. And let's see if Liverpool have something else up their sleeves, or maybe they just try to ride it out until Manchester City go tired, because it is expected that sometimes when the pressure keeps building up, you cave in at one point or the other. And when you have a Szoboszlai who's crashing the box as well, you'd expect that they find a little bit of not just passing around, but also take the initiative to shoot one from outside of the area and get a crack at that wall, and see if they can get a goal or two from that. But it's been pretty much open. And I'm looking at, I'm just interested to see how Manchester City exploits that Liverpool defense, with the fact that, Haaland is not exactly having his best times yet.
Okay, let's see how that goes. What could possibly happen as far as this one is concerned. But both teams, of course, are pretty much having a go at each other. Liverpool have entered the City box a couple of times now, and just been unable to get the job done and pull the trigger to probably, of course, give themselves some sort of advantage in this game. A lead could flip things for them, but again, we saw this against the City side, who in the game against Arsenal had 1 or 2 chances they couldn't convert, and in the second half it was all about City until they led by 2 goals before we started seeing an Arsenal side who gave it a bit of a fight. But as far as this one is concerned so far, Liverpool definitely putting everything into this. How much of a risk is this? You committing like 8 men into the attack, and if a counter breaks, there might be more problems for you.
Yeah, big problems, because realistically the only guy that will probably stop its counter for Liverpool now is Ibrahima Konate. Van Dijk's legs are gone in terms of the pace. You have fast players. Haaland is a dangerous counter attacker. I think people often forget that.
He moves
quick. He's quick. And for his size and his build, he can almost muscle through whatever is on his, when he's in his stride. And then you've got, Cherki is technical, that he doesn't have to hit the ball too hard before he gets a pass on, to wherever he's lazy.
Doku or anybody.
Doku as well. So I think also Semenyo added to that. I think that could be a bit tricky for Liverpool defense. But you also, it means Liverpool are going. Attack is the best form of defense. And I don't know if you've noticed, Salah has played really centrally in this game. Every time they have the ball, it just touches from the wing and goes to that number 9 position. I've seen Ekitike 1 or 2 times on the wing, and the Szoboszlai was trying to whip
going to the other flank and allowing Salah in the central area.
Yes,
maybe because he's a bigger goal threat than any.
Yes, than anybody.
Yeah.
And I think Ekitike also likes to drive in from the wing and get a shot at goal and try his luck. He's trying to maximize that aspect of his game as well. But if it's something that would eventually derail or scatter Manchester City defense, I think it's, if they continue at it, it will eventually pay off. Because I think first thing first, though, you don't disrespect Salah by giving him space because you think he's done with, or I don't think it makes any sense, and he's done that quite good. But they've done more of zonal marking Manchester City. They commit 3 people to that side of going all tight on whoever is going to be on the ball, and then you have Florian Wirtz, that pocket of space. He's an intelligent player, but he's not shown that by shooting from, he's had like 2 or 3 instances that I felt he could have made use of those chances, because Salah coming in and driving the defenders with him obviously opens a bit of space for him. And if Wirtz is not doing that position, I think it's more work for Szoboszlai. Szoboszlai is the one who can take that initiative and shoot. He's in fact done one so far in this game, 10 minutes in, and I think Slot has to look at that situation and say, okay, yeah, Wirtz, you probably have to take things care of things from the deeper end. You can be that playmaker. Allow Szoboszlai at least in the first, try to get one goal in, and you can, give yourself that buffer to say, oh, yes, worst comes to worst, we don't have to defend, but give yourself that first leg in, and let's see if you can, be able to ride it and go ahead with the game. But for me, from now, I think Liverpool have done really well offensively, again with the tactical setup of allowing Salah go into that 9 position to drag defenders out and basically scatter the defense shape of Manchester City.
Interesting one, because Ugo Ekechike, of course, is the one who's holding up play in the wide areas, allowing Kerkesh to run in, because Florian Wirtz, yes, might have the guile but doesn't have the pace to do all of that stuff on the flank. And yes, he's getting a good amount of help from that side. Kushanov is another guy who's improved massively with the Manchester City. Used to be the guy who covers a lot of ground for them, but right now he's added a bit of passing to his game, and that is a beauty to behold for this side. Yes, 12 minutes on the clock. 090-41,089, 090-44,089, and danger clearly snuffed out right there. Again, how you allow Nico Riley to crash your box might be very pivotal in this game. Defensively, may not be the very best, but yes, he's intelligent with picking his runs and getting into spaces, can hold up play in those places, can have those sort of touches that could prove really crucial in some certain situations, and that might just be a bit of a problem right there. But yes, 13 minutes on the clock. Liverpool nil, Manchester City nil. FA Cup quarterfinal of the games taking place this afternoon. Yes, we're talking about the early kickoff, and it is goalless so far in that game. In the Turkish Super League, Cenk Kebeligi against Göztepe is goalless after 27 minutes, and Kasim Pasha lead 1-0 against Kayserispor in another fixture right there. If we go to Belarus, Neman lead against Vitebsk by 2-0, and just of course Ada have just gone ahead against Montana in Bulgaria right there. 1-0 is the scoreline. Radnik Bainina against Siroki Brezhik, it is 1-0 in that fixture. But yes, let's take a quick message. Joseph Obicheson has got something for us, and yes, the action will continue right here on Football Live.
Yes, it is time once again. Yes, still Arsenal all the way, and of course, you know what time it is. It's time to talk about Chivas, because yes, it's still Arsenal all the way, and it is not over until it is finally over. To celebrate this great season, Chivas Regal, the official whiskey partner of Arsenal FC, is giving away an official Arsenal jersey signed by Victor Gyökeres, Martins Obimendi, and Mikel Merino. The challenge is build your ultimate 5-a-side Arsenal FC team with any era of Arsenal players, the Invincibles, the Hybrid days, the Emirates days, whatever, whatever rocks the boat for you. Just be creative about it, mix it up, and of course you have to show us that you know Arsenal really well. So drop your lineup in the comment section of the pinned post on the official Chivas Regal NG page on Instagram and X. The comment with the most likes win the jersey. So you have to hurry now, because there's already so much lineups being put on there. Hurry now. Let's see who is really a gunner for life. Show your logo, and of course, it is our Rise with Rice. Remember also to drink Chivas responsibly.
Okay, of course, that is what is going on right now as far as this one is concerned. Mo Salah had a chance with the goalkeeper only to beat. Was he expecting a whistle there? Salah just botched a beautiful chance. A shot straight from Mamadashvili after Matheus Nunes took a shot at the goalkeeper, but Mamadashvili went all the way for that. Salah was onside, was able to beat the offside trap, and Kushanov got in front of him, got a bit of a header on the ball. Salah was unable to direct it towards the goalkeeper. Takes a shot wide off the mark. Okay, took a bit of a deflection because Kushanov did put in a tackle, and it goes out for a throw. Liverpool probably would have been in front already. Of course, in this game, with Mohamed Salah giving them something, maybe a bit of a swan song final run before, of course, he bows out, completing 9 years at the Etihad. But I can tell you for certain that the throw-in has been taken. It was a long one, got in the box, but City were able to avert the danger, and play will definitely continue. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Yes, the numbers to call. Some impressive play from Liverpool right there. Trying to get in the danger zone, stringing those passes really well. Good afternoon, Brilla. Good afternoon, all sports fans. This is Adam from Akoka. Yes, Adam from Akoka says Pep knows the value of the English FA Cup. If he wants to bow out this season, then he understands that this is a must-win to bow out with on a solid note. Good morning. I'm Johnson Divine. He says, listening from Awada. For City and Liverpool, I strongly believe that City will win because of Liverpool's inconsistency in their predictable style of play lately. Again, is that City that have a better a part of Liverpool this season for about 2 games. So they have the home advantage, and I see them beating Liverpool by 2-0. Thanks. Okay, thank you too. Good one for Salah, definitely. I had Maguire twisting and turning there. But yes, he goes out for a goal kick. You can tell definitely that he's no longer the man he used to be. I mean, that would have been a good chance for him. The twisting and turning. Ryan Cherki on the other side, by the way, almost got a goal, but Kerkesh got in front of him. And yes, thwarted his effort towards getting the ball to hit the back of the net right there. Good day, Vicky and Joseph. Kajetan from Anambra, he says, as much as I want Liverpool to win, but I feel sorry for them because they are going to lose against City. Their defense is poor and the bench has nobody strong. Yes, he said, though in football anything can happen. Yes, he says, though in football anything can happen. And talking about anything happening in this case, well, happy weekend, guys. Thank you so much for that one. Liverpool. City have had a moment there where they thought a player was brought down in the box. Joseph, what exactly happened? Michael Oliver is not is the man in the center, and Ryan Cherki feels he was brought down there as far as this one is concerned. He went for it, took a dribble on Kerkesh. Yes, he was clipped.
Yeah, it's clipped. But I think the biggest thing that would go,
he was clipped.
It was clipped. Saw that. It was clipped. I thought he got a bit of the ball, but replay shows he clearly doesn't. It clearly does it, and I think it's very. I think the VAR has to. Wow.
VAR might have a look.
Oh,
I'm not sure what's going to happen. But early drama, of course, as far as this one is concerned. And we're waiting to see what the situation will be. Kerkesh felt he was clipped in the box right there. And that decision, yes. Cherki was clipped by Kerkesh. That's a penalty.
That has to be a penalty.
That's a penalty. But play continues. Play continues. And these are some of the things you do. And you start ruining the game already. Yes. Because if you couldn't give that because you felt it was soft, now you might have a situation where you want to balance things out and even it out, and then
a bigger concern, and then you turn it off.
Exactly, and then you go and give the one you are not supposed to give, and then again, it's Michael Oliver, man.
It shouldn't happen. That was a blatant penalty.
That was a penalty.
It didn't get any whiff on the ball.
He didn't allow the player to run towards the dribble he had made, and that of course is a penalty.
Yeah, sorry. So, but how they got to that position, though, I think Pep Guardiola just borrowed a leaf from a playbook he used to use. He had Aguero playing the false 9 position, in his latter years at Manchester City, and that was basic. I don't know. Yeah, I feel he's not really tapped that from Holland yet. I saw Holland at Borussia Dortmund. He's a fantastic target man. First 9 as well, because he comes back. The position, it was the one who basically did all the work to get to that position. It came in very deep. In fact, the Manchester City half
took out the centre backs.
Yes, and isolated the middle for Manchester City to penetrate, but they did not particularly go for broke by giving the ball to Doku. Instead, he ran a ring across, and he got the ball back from, I think, Nico Riley. He drove in, took out 1 or 2 defenders, and basically just passed the ball around before Cherki got a leg to that ball to take out Kerkesh, who obviously brought him down. And I think if they continue, yes, it won't happen all the time, but I think it's just to tell you that it's been more of tactical flexibility from these guys, and it's been really beautiful to watch. And I think it's pretty much been end to end as well. And I think if Manchester City continue to do this, I think they will expose Liverpool's backline, because Kerkesh had to come into the middle to do that, So it means he must have let somebody open from the wing. Semenyo was actually waiting to pounce on that, but just would not. He could not get a leg, a shot away. So I think the more they do, they take this sort of risk. I think the better for them, and I think we would have plenty more, instances where it goes back to get some of those little ideas to work with. I think if it applies this same logic or this same play, it eventually get the Liverpool backline. They can't hold forth for long. Van Dijk has committed to one, and I think the more you expose him, the better you get at him, because it's not as if he's going to get tired. But the truth is, again, you have to expose what needs to be exposed. The weakness of that Liverpool backline. Kerkez would always have one moment in him, and then you have Gomez as well. Gomez has gone to Doku once, and it was quite rough on him. And I think the more you try to expose those guys, the better the chances for you for them to at least quiver and of course get into that position where you feel like, okay, yes, you can now hit them strong and probably go for broke and get one one risky one, and it goes like 2 into the back of the net.
Manchester City, of course, a while ago screaming for a penalty and asking for it, nothing given. Checked and cleared by VAR. Guardiola understands, definitely not pleased with it. Looks like Kerkez, of course, might have got a toe in on the ball, maybe. But it is starting to get a bit tasty now. After a couple of chances, as far as this particular one is concerned. Players from both sides arguing with the referee, and the volume has gone up at the Etihad. This definitely bodes well for the FA Cup and Pep Guardiola on his side. Well, it is definitely bubbling well. Yes, bubbling up nicely for a proper FA Cup tie. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. That's the number to call to be a part of it. 23 minutes on the clock. It is goalless at the Etihad. Manchester City 0, Liverpool 0. English FA Cup quarter-final game. And in the La Liga, with 6 minutes in, Sociedad taking on Levante. Yes, Sociedad taking on Levante in another game right there. What is this thing Liverpool are trying to do, in your opinion, where it looks like you can almost predict that every attack is going to come through the right hand side with Hugo Ekechike combining with Florian Wirtz and Kerkez, and the other side they practically left it that way. It's almost dormant.
Yeah, I think they've recognized that Nico Riley is probably the weak link from that defense. And of course, Kusanev is a guy who is
from a counter. Gravenberch picks up a yellow card for pulling Doku back.
Yeah, that's a tactical foul. Doku was practically almost running free. And again, just to tell you that now they get weakened. Gravenberch is one of the tough guys to protect a back line. So it means it's very easy he has to be careful now, because it's easy for him to get pulled, apart. Get a runner off of him. Doku has done that one time. I mean, it's counter-attacking opportunity, but it's not going to happen all the time. But it just further exposes that back line to attacks. And I don't know how he wants to defend. He wants to counter this. Again, Szoboszlai looks like the only guy who can do all the utility. He almost the defense side. He has to now. I think he has bigger works to do, because he also has to support from there. Gives them a lot of problems. Liverpool to what they have to do. But concerning the right wing being the most used part of the pitch, it just also tells you that they are also identifying Nico Riley. He pushes forward, so it's expected that at one point you'd have that space open. For the left hand side, the right hand side of Liverpool, they've not Manchester City. You understand that Semenyo is always going to be the one to kiss the wings, and widen things there, and not much of space for what's his name now needs to run into. He's always going to be that open, so in case there's a space. So it means Nico Riley is the guy who has been more impactful of the back four adding to the attack. So I think it makes every sense for you to try as much as possible to target that place, and you expect that at one point you have a counter-attacking opportunity which goes more, because most times Liverpool have had the transition, so it's not as if they build up and then they move there at the same time. But I think it's more on the transition, and the reason is because Nico Riley has been pushing ahead and they are trying to expose that backside. Konate is pushing so high. Again, is to tell you that they are trying to isolate Van Dijk. Haaland is the one who has been dragging him behind. Konate is going as high as just outside of the center circle for Manchester City. I mean, on the other half of Manchester City. In fact, that high means Doku has a little bit of a little bit of space for him to work with. So he isolates Gomez, isolates Van Dijk, and of course whoever is left for dead. So I think it's a good one, and if they keep at it, Liverpool would eventually have to rethink their strategy and go for another thing. But it's not sustainable for Liverpool to continue this way, because even the transitions have not been completed since about the last 10 minutes or so. So I think he has to look for something else to to arrest this, or else Man City have had like 3 fast breaks in just about 5 minutes now. It means something is knocking, and if care is not taken, they get punished for it.
They've also on their own part kept the possession pretty nicely, but again, it looks like ideas are lacking when you get to the final third for Liverpool.
Yes. Oh, that's just to tell you that because of the bodies that Manchester City have committed to the back when they are defending. So again, it shows where you have as many as 7 bodies against 4 in the box. You have the numbers advantage, and that's the reason why it feels as if Liverpool have no idea of what to do with the ball when they get to those spaces. And I think you need something extra. And the guys who are giving them such extras are Szoboszlai and probably Wirtz, but I mean it's basically not counted for anything for them this game so far. And there's another situation. Semenyo apparently handled the ball
in the box.
No, not in the box. Before it's crossed the line for throwing, and nothing is being given. That's a yellow card.
That's a blatant yellow. The ball was not out of play.
Yes, he basically just took the ball, plucked the ball from air.
He was going out for a throw-in. Why not just let it go out? Well, Oliver is trying to even things out, and clearly has found a way to box himself into.
He's ruined it. He's ruined it.
Box himself into that situation where he needs to now balance things off, and not looking really good.
No.
29 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 0, Liverpool 0, and I can tell you that Gustep have also scored a penalty against Genk Biligi. 43 minutes on the clock in the Turkish Super League. Right there, 1-0. Yes, in that game. Qasim Pasha still lead 1-0 as well in that game. And yes, after 11 minutes, Real Sociedad against Levante, it is still a goalless affair right there. Action in the La Liga. Okay, yes, action in the La Liga, and it is a goalless affair. Yes, as it continues, we're not sure where this is going to come from, but again, at the risk of not giving too much and leave themselves exhausted, giving too much of what they have in the tank and leave themselves a bit exhausted, Liverpool might be playing with a bit of the handbrakes and be hoping that because they still have an important fixture, which is also a quarterfinal game against the Paris Saint-Germain, they are decide who needs to take it easy of these two sides.
Yeah, obviously they have to take it easy. And I think
another corner for City. They are third in this game. Yes, quick break from Doku there, trying to find Semenyo, but yes, that man Dominic Szoboszlai got in front of the ball and cleared it out for a corner for Manchester City. In this situation, Ryan Cherki, of course, proving to be an important player for this Manchester City side.
Yes, he's basically done really well so far, and I think Bernardo Silva, being the support from that deep playmaker role, has done a good job of causing messes, because most of the attacks they've had, meaningful attacks they've had, it has basically been Bernardo Silva and Cherki combining Bernardo Silva with all of those passes into the blind spots of Cherki being on the end of it, and sometimes the technicality of Cherki shining through, dribbles past one or two defenders, and our midfielders to open spaces for City in their attacks. Has done a really good job so far, and I think they are basically on the upper hand here. They are not playing as if there's any pressure. They are playing as if it's just relaxed, and I think Manchester City are often dangerous, when they play this way, because when it feels as if the chances have, continued to come, and the momentum is building for them. And I think most times, more often than not, you see Manchester City, scoring from this situation than not, and I think they are riding it out really well. Semenyo is just taking things easy, and when it gets called to action, obviously it's always going to, be effective. But I think it feels as if they are playing as if they are also taking it easy. So there's nothing rush. Yes, the efforts have been there, but there's nothing rush. Just everybody knows their role, and it's been working out well for them. Except against Liverpool side that have basically been trying every other trick down there. But let's see if they'll be able to. This is just 15 minutes to the end of the first half. If they'll be able to hold this Manchester City, because I feel like this momentum would lead to go pretty much sooner than later.
Okay, would it lead to a goal? 090-41,889, 090-44,889, and yes, we're counting down to the first 40 minutes of this game. It's only 32 on the clock right now, and we've got time before we begin to talk about conversations leading to halftime. But in terms of a switch of momentum, City have the ball, have more of the momentum right now at this point. Joseph, it has switched in favor of City once again.
Yes, it has switched for them, and I think they are getting those spaces, and in fact they've gotten into the 18-yard area of of Liverpool more times. The dangerous zones are that, and it feels as if they are looking at it from the angle of patient space off. And it feels as if Liverpool, on the other hand, are getting pulled apart, easier than it was in the opening part of the first half. Remember I told you about isolating some of the defenders. Gomez, Szoboszlai will get into those spaces. That was the reason why he was able to get to clear the ball to give Manchester City the corner the other time. And I think I doubt if Liverpool will be able to survive this first half without conceding, because it looks as if every time Manchester City gets near that box, there's more intentionality to get a goal, and they are not rushing, and they are getting in those areas that it feels as if one cross to connect in, and they are having a goal at the goal, and it feels as if the goal is coming in, and it's knocking fast for Manchester City against Liverpool. Let's see how it goes, but again, it feels as if Liverpool have stepped off the pedal. It's not as if they were all over Manchester City initially, but they are getting more tired, and it feels that Doku is having a run against he's just testing the waters against Gomez, and it's just a matter of time before he gets once past him, just one cross into somebody to connect, and it's a goal for Man City.
And City, of course, at this point in time, when you're on the ascendancy, there is every possibility that you could get careless with covering the back line as much as possible. Now, should Liverpool be looking at situations where they can possibly pick their pockets?
Yeah, they have to.
Rodri has picked a yellow
card. Yes,
Rodri has picked a yellow card on Hugo Ekechike.
Another tactical foul.
Yeah,
and it makes it even more interesting that the two holding midfielders for both sides are on yellow now. So I think Liverpool should take this as a sign to step it up a bit forward, maybe a notch higher, because Rodri is basically the only gel holding it down for Manchester City from that middle, from the offensive side of things, and they should be able to capitalize on this one. He has to be careful now, because that is Manchester City's game. Those tactical fouls that would so look tricky to the referee and not be able to give a yellow. Now that you have a yellow, you have to be more careful, and I think Liverpool should do more on the transition. Ekitike has done a really good job of occupying him, and I think I want to see more from that, and they should be able to exploit that better from against Rodri.
Okay, let's see how that goes. 35 minutes on the clock. It is goalless at the Etihad. Quarterfinal of the English FA Cup. And yes, the action does continue right here on your Champions Now Sports Radio Bola FM. Let's take you right into it. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. And what a way to live dangerously. City practically passing from the touch line. Yes, the goal line actually. passing out and just keeping it calm and sticking everything together, making sure that Liverpool does not get a touch of the ball. We're seeing a City side that I guess we used to, a style of City that I guess we are used to, and we're just seeing it afresh again. They come in their elements, and we're seeing a City side, of course, doing their best to be much of a threat, but yet keeping possession and indirectly defending as far as this one is concerned. Liverpool have got to be very careful. Yet another corner given away right there by Liverpool. Nico O'Reilly, the man who ran in there, hoping to, of course, get on the end of that ball to find the back of the net. He was unable to do that. Came off a Liverpool player for a City corner. And from these corners, something definitely telling. Joseph.
Yeah, something telling, because they were getting on that wrong part of Liverpool defense against again Gomez and Szoboszlai doing all their hard work. But if you are having so much entries into that final third, in fact, getting as high as the byline, I think it's it just tells you that maybe you just have to ride it out. Make sure they don't have that confidence. They are growing in more confidence. They've been the better side in the last 10 minutes, and it feels as if they can smell the goal coming in. I can't imagine the amount of space you have to give Rodri before he shoots. This guy is dangerous in that position, and okay.
That's a penalty.
It's a penalty now. Yes, they continue to get into those positions, and it's
a penalty now.
Yeah.
Van Dijk stuck out his leg and brought down Nico O'Reilly. You don't.
Just a matter of time.
Again, we talked about this guy and how dangerous he is when he gets in the attacking positions. He's going to get in those places with his movements, with his passes, with the way he holds up play. He probably would have been able to take it down first time. He waited for Van Dijk, he waited while waiting to take a turn. Van Dijk, of all experienced defenders, should have read that better. Should have read that better.
I think it's similar to what Kekes did earlier.
We knew that was a penalty. I mean, it was Michael Oliver who was just being Michael Oliver. But 38 minutes on the clock. It is Manchester City who have a penalty. Yes, they have a penalty. Michael Oliver, of course, appointed to the spot this time around. Erling Braut Haaland is the man who has stepped up. He's got the ball. And Mamadashvili trying to get in his head as much as possible. Now, Jay, they always work.
You're lying.
I can play if you want to play. You catch ball if you go catch up. That's how we. Haaland go call big sports, come use shot.
Blind you.
Now, brother, look, you are the only one Liverpool are managing at this point in time. Just behave yourself. Again, I think we've talked about this too often in the course of the 38 minutes we've seen in this game. The moment you allow City to pile into the box, they create options for themselves that they can pass to, and you have to close these guys and be more proactive. Van Dijk, of all people, probably should have waited for the guy to have a touch of the ball, but I can tell you, it's in the back of the net. Yes, Erling Braut Haaland sends the goalkeeper the wrong way, and what a way to get a taste of what it feels like to score again. From the penalty spot, it's put Manchester City ahead. 39 minutes on the clock. It is Manchester City 1, Liverpool 0. Joseph.
Yeah,
it was coming.
Yeah, it was coming. I mean, it was pretty much predictable when you try as much as possible to. But I find it criminal that you allow Nico O'Reilly. You've been first time, second time, third time. Look, getting into.
If teams are going to find the answer for this guy to not be this season, this guy, you need to cook the antidote for how Pep deploys him.
It's crazy because there's no way. It's as if he's basically the number 9.
Like, he plays as a 10, he plays as a 9, and he's just one guy they deploy and say, you know what, go do the job of a playmaker high up the pitch. And then he just goes about the job and, gliding into positions, into spaces, and getting things done. They lead 1-0, 40 minutes on the clock. And that, of course, is the latest coming in at this point in time.
You also have to applaud the work of Haaland throughout this game. I think the moment, we mentioned Konate being pulled out by he's basically been playing in the false 9 position. Haaland, he drops deep. And I think that allowed Nico O'Reilly, that's effrontery to get into that to join into attack at such a this really well mannered timing, and in terms of how well he does this, he does it, and the fact that Doku will probably be the one to sacrifice all of it because he's not going to get the goals. He's the one who would maintain the shape and it does it again. Haaland gets the ball from deep. He runs deep. Gets one or two guys off. Konate has been bouncing off him, and the more time you have things like this, Haaland is going to keep plugging at it, and I think he should probably maintain this same tactical tactical shape. And I think it's pretty much been really bad for Liverpool. They don't have an answer to it, and I think the more it gets to deploy this way, we are looking at Manchester City pulling clear. Probably 3 goals up. That's what I think would happen, because Liverpool, there's no inspiration coming from anywhere. The moment Gravenberch had that yellow card, and then you have Konate pulling off of Haaland. Haaland would sacrifice his, the fact that maybe he has to do with penalties, but Nico Riley is probably going to get another goal or make another assist from the penalty spot in this game. Doku will keep getting, isolating Gomez, and then Varda could be the one to mop it all up. It's not pitch perfect for that anymore, and then it keeps getting isolated. It's getting dribbled past. It's throwing the legs. The tackles have not been timely, and then you obviously expect kickers to cave in at some point as well, because yes, it's the most. It looks as if it's the most mobile in that Liverpool defense at this point in time with Konate, but Konate is busy. But Kekes also has to look after Semenyo. So I think when you have things like this, it feels as if you are just practically playing to the hands of Manchester City.
Which brings me to my next question to you before we go to the phone lines. I mean, heading into the season, there's already the Mohamed Salah headache that Liverpool has to bother about, and I think if there is anything to also worry about, it's not the fact that Konate has not signed a contract that he might leave.
Yes.
There's also the concern that you've got to find somebody who's nearly as perfect to start filling in for Van Dijk and not wait for him to get torn apart next season.
I think there are speculations about Gleison Bremer from Juve, which I think
he doesn't have the health these days.
Yes, exactly. He is.
After that ACL, I've been pretty worried for him. I mean, he doesn't look like he has the health for that. Ooh, what an exquisite player, Litu Czech he is. With all the moves that we are seeing, it explains to Thomas Tuchel why Foden can't get into this team.
No, he can't.
He cannot. With a guy like this, Czech is a cheat code. Whether it is the pocket of spaces or going out wide or playing right behind the defenders, I mean, he just enjoys creating.
Yes.
And that's the difference, because sometimes also you have to enjoy creating for the other guys.
He enjoys that.
Foden wants to run into space and take a shot at goal. I'm not saying he's bad at what he does, but when you find better specialists, you just want to say, okay, what these guys offer in terms of general play is better than what this guy offers me in situations where we do not particularly like a goal scorer, so we're not expecting him to always give us the goals in those situations. Nico Riley right there again is the man competing for the headers in the box. Now, because Liverpool's right hand side, like we talked about, is dead, is practically comatose, because, I mean, you expect that Salah, Szoboszlai and all the other guys should have been attacking from that place. Now, if they were doing that, there's no way you won't force Nico Riley to go back.
Yes.
But yes, all the focus has been on the right side. Let's play through Nunes and see if we could get in behind. Now, the man is having a field day because he's practically on holiday. He runs into that place. Rodri stays in the middle, and then McGahey drops into his position. They overload that spot, and then they are just practically running it like, a one-way street. And that is what it has looked like so far in this game. If it is possession, they can keep it in an annoying way that it will provoke you to almost want to punch a player. But look at what they are doing in the course of the game right now. Doku running into an offside position. That would have been easy for him to, of course, just run straight at the goalkeeper and tap it into the net. But I can tell you for certain, after 45 minutes of the action, it is Manchester City 1, Liverpool 0. Action coming in, of course, at the Etihad Stadium. It's the quarterfinal of the English FA Cup. At halftime in the Turkish Super League, Cenk'Biligi, they trail by 1-0. And I can also tell you that Kasim Pasha lead 1-0 against Kayserispor in that game. Yes, Gostep lead against Cenk'Biligi, by the way. And in the La Liga, yes, Sociedad against Levante. no goals recorded so far in that game. Yes, no goals recorded so far. Instead, there's been 3 yellow cards in that game. Yes, as far as that one is concerned, 2 players who got in on a fight, and yes, they had to be separated. Yellow cards were brandished, and then another player, of course, for tripping a player. So 5 shots on target so far by Sociedad, 2 on target, 3 big chances, and 3 corner kicks in the course of this game. Let's talk about the start game of the early kickoff. Yes, talking about Liverpool against Manchester City. Haaland's goal separates the 2 sides. He scored that from the penalty spot after Nico Riley was brought down by Virgil van Dijk. Yes, Gravenberch and Rodri have so far been yellow carded in this game, with 10 minutes separating the 2 yellow cards. Yes, Gravenberch got his in the 24th minute and Rodri in the 34th minute of the game. Of the shots, City have had 6 of those, 3 on target in this situation, and 1 big chance in the process, but 4 corner kicks in favor of Manchester City in this game. City, yes, definitely on top of this statistically, 1.06 in terms of what the XG is 7 us in this game. Liverpool have 6 shots, only 1 on target, 1 big chance, and no corner kicks so far in this game. 1 yellow card apiece. City themselves, they have had 228 completed passes out of 256, but of course for Liverpool, 182 completed, 85% of the 213 that they have tried to string together in this game so far. 2 minutes added, and yes, we are counting down to the second of the 2 minutes added in this game right here. At halftime in Bulgaria, Ada against Montana, it is 1-1 in that game. And there's action in the Chinese Super League. Shandong Taishan against Delan Yingbo. Of course, it is 2-0 the away side lead. Shanghai Port lead against Yunnan Yokun by 1-0 in another game right there. And in Estonia, Levadia against Nom United, it is goalless, and it is halftime as well in that game. Let's let you know that in Russia, Zenit St. Petersburg, yes, they are in action in that fixture, and there's been no goals recorded so far in that game between Zenit St. Petersburg, who of course are taking on Kirilla Sovetov in that game. It is 2-0. Erling Haaland has doubled the lead for Liverpool, for Manchester City. 2-0 right there. Yes, it is 2-0 on the stroke of halftime. The very last minute before the whistle, Erling Haaland has doubled the lead for Manchester City. Mamadashvili cannot believe it, and Liverpool are getting in that position where Spurs have been for a long time. I'm not saying in terms of the form, I'm saying in terms of they going a goal down and having the mental resilience to fight back. They seem to be lacking that a bit now, and that is a bit of a problem. Brilliant play by Czechia, of course, to put Semenyo on, and that was a dangerous cross, but Semenyo had to go for it irrespective, and yes, was able to go for that one, took it first time, and Erling Haaland, yes, got ahead of Konate there. He was a brilliant header also, yes, to head it past Konate and into the back of the net. Mamadashvili was caught up in no man's land, couldn't decide whether to go for it or not, but
that was a perfect header.
Pep Linders is celebrating against Liverpool. Are you serious? This guy was with Jurgen Klopp for 6 years at Liverpool.
He doesn't know them.
In fact, he said he wasn't going to take that job. Oh boy. Look, you can never say never in this game. Let's also let you know that Real Sociedad have taken the lead against Levante. 1-0 it is. Action in the La Liga right there. Yes, it is John Martin who has put them ahead in the game. 1-0 they lead, and yes, if you took that one up today, like we served you on Bet Guardian, yes, your one up has come to life. So yes, you can tick it off right now. City lead 2-0 against Liverpool. It's halftime in that game. City are over 2.5 at this point in time. He cannot cast. Yes, he cannot cast. No. City are over 2.5. They lead by 2 goals. Worst case scenario,
they will do another one. In fact, this game will probably stretch to 4. That's how confident they've been since that's
perfect time for City to be building fear factor in the title race.
Unfortunately, I don't think so, because with this, I think it's been basically they've been so confident because.
Is it because Liverpool are predictable, or
yes,
do you think because they also won against Arsenal 2 weeks ago?
No, I don't think it's because they won against Arsenal. First of all, I think Liverpool have been reduced to this because of the way Vets, probably Ekiti, have been ineffective. They get just one better of how they've played so far.
They have 3 guys in the front line who cannot win the balls.
They can't.
Viet is one, Salah is one, Ekechike is another.
And then
so they're waiting for the ball to run in behind.
Yeah.
What do you do when you do not have
Nothing.
the ball?
And
I think that's something that a lot of people gloss over.
Yes, it kills
But
them.
in coaching these days, if you are not with the ball, you should be contributing something. Run for the team. Provide bodies in the back line. Provide defensive bodies so that at least you will kill whatever creativity the opponent is trying to come up with. Because whether you like it or yes, it is a case of if there were 3 people and you guys are 3, there's a chance you get behind. But if there are 6 covering the line, you'll have to do something extraordinary. So I don't see that from this Liverpool side. And I think whatever the coach was trying to do, okay, City would load us and then we'll try to play through them and play in the counter position. When City also load you, one thing they do not do is pass the ball too cheaply in such a way that you would win it. They find a man who's free, and then they find a man who's close to the guy who's with the ball, so that as they are keeping possession and building the web around your defense line, they are also pinning you back and hoping that, okay, we don't pass the ball too loosely for you to intercept and try to hit us on the counter, which has been a good thing. And I think for a side that have not had the best of Salah, at this point in time, it will not make sense for you to be guessing that let's hope he clicks today. Let's hope he clicks today.
Unfortunately, they don't have any other. I mean, it means Szoboszlai is the one who would basically be taxed with that option as well. But once you've lost, Gravenberch to a yellow card, you have to be careful as well. And it's even worse that they can't keep the ball from the offensive side. Salah cannot keep the ball. Vert cannot keep the ball. Yes, Ekitike is always going to be a runner. I lost the space, but he can't also keep the ball. And so, because he can't keep the ball, it renders Nico Riley, just look at what's going on. Let me, make that run. I will always get the ball. And the reason why he's had so much freedom, and I think that second goal is as a result of the fear that they've had, that they've built into the fact that, okay, Nico Riley is always coming. Konate was basically stamped on Haaland, and there was basically no other person coming in. They saw it as a fact that, okay, we probably will be expecting a Nico Riley, but he never came, and it gave Haaland a really good. I mean, so far it's been rare for him to be stationed in the box so far in this game. But this is the first time he's having that, and he basically has that space. It means I have just one man to beat. He absolutely went for Konate. Fantastic run off the ball, and he got the head to the ball, and it was a goal for Manchester City. And the fact that if you have 3 guys that cannot hold the ball in your attack, the defender would always look at it from the angle of, okay, get the ball from him, and then because we are so good possession wise, we can always have that that number, that extra man in the box. And I think in the opposing box, and I think that's the reason why they are. I'm not sure every team will set up this way against a Manchester City. I mean, Liverpool want to have the fact, okay, we are Liverpool and we have quality, we should be able to offer something, but what's the quality of what you have just cannot offer it. I think it puts you behind. Again, I don't think this is all down to Arne Slot. I think he has just set up the way he can with what he has, and it should boil down it goes down to the players to actually show that fight. The only person I'm seeing showing as much fight apart from Szoboszlai is Curtis Jones, because he goes in, he does the work, he runs the shift and tries to help Kekes on multiple occasions. Apart from that, everybody's just basically been lackluster. Yes, Ekitike has been fighting against just occupying Kusanov and Rodri. Rodri has gotten a yellow card off of him. So I think the rest just need to put in the work. When you have the ball, try to as much as possible to show intent. Salah has not done that so far. Yes, he's gotten space, but there's more chance of Salah missing the ball than even keeping it at all.
Considering that Liverpool has a big game on the horizon coming in, is this game dead? Is there a comeback?
How they've played so far, I think it's pretty much dead. I said it from 35 minutes. Manchester City have had too much joy, getting into those positions, and I don't think
when you give a team too much space and they start deriving joy, I mean, they will find ways to make it last much longer. I mean,
City
for smart
will most
teams,
likely score 2 more goals in this game.
09041,089, 09044,089. There's Mamouche to come off the bench. There's a couple of other guys who could also come off the bench for this Manchester City side and put this game out of sight as far as Son is concerned. He has not scored in a while, but he's getting to score goals now. Erling Haaland, maybe a good time also for him to find his spark as a City are doing the run towards the end of the season. Yeah, Mamouche is on the bench, and I can tell you Nico Gonzalez is also on the bench. Mateo Kovacic, we might see him at some point in this game. Maybe at Nuri, maybe Savinho. I mean, the options are there.
There's quality.
The options are there. And you look at the Liverpool bench, top 3 of guys who will come in this game. Top 3 will be Gakpo, McAllister. Top 3, Gakpo, McAllister. Maybe Frimpong if they feel Joe Gomez is not giving his best. Maybe Frimpong. Because I know that Chiesa, for whatever reason, is always the last guy they consider. In fact, Rio Ngomoha could come off the bench before Chiesa.
Which is
and you'll be wondering,
what's going on?
Unfortunately,
I'll probably pull out a Vets and put in Chiesa.
I think he hasn't given anything in this game.
Vets has not done anything.
I also said to myself when I saw him playing the colours of Germany, I'm like, I hope Arne Slot is seeing this guy. I hope he's seeing how Nagelsmann deploys him. He's just the guy who mops up the spaces behind. And, you know,
he's not the main guy.
Yes, he's not the main guy. He's not the main guy. I mean, the creativity is shared amongst all of them. And I think if the likes of Jamal Musiala also come, it's going to be even better in terms of how they try to be creative up front.
Yes.
And, you know, all of these things. But I don't know. I have problems with that. Let's go to the phone lines and take a bit of your calls. Of course, we'll take a break as well before the second half gets started right here. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Football Live. Ooh. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, keep it coming. Action continues. Keep the messages coming in as well. Slot. Yes, the slot machine has run out of cash. Because you slot in goals now, and they're getting right there. But yes, it's not looking really good for them. A team that everybody talked about how they blew everyone apart last season, and what were they running on this time around? I never thought by this time this season we'll be talking about conversations around. In fact, I have particularly delayed conversations around, oh, has it been found out? I don't like to have that conversation about coaches because I know that they can have their moments too. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
This is Shola calling from Ikoyi.
You're welcome, Shola.
I think if things in England keep playing Man City this way, Man City is playing apart. I think we should learn how we might play match in the Champions League. You have some fast players as your plan. If you are playing Man City, you hold the ball for some minutes. They will dominate the ball for some at the mid for some minutes. But once you have a fast player at the wing, believe me, you can pick them up. Thank you for every day.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that one. Let's see if it is actually as easy as we have said it is. You can take them apart for a minute and all the rest and all the rest. I mean, I know that, we want to talk about these things as much as possible. But yeah, when you meet a side like City who are well put together like this, sometimes they could just, make you do a lot of the hard work and still find a way to smoke you out and, give you something to worry about. Let's go to the phone lines and take more further calls on the show. Yes, this afternoon it is Football Live right here on your Champions Star Sports Radio Brunei FM. And yes, it's been, is it living up to the expectation for you? Good afternoon. My name is Patrick. There's no coming back for Liverpool. Liverpool have wasted money, yes, in their transfer. The players that they got didn't really suit their pattern of play. They will suffer, I tell you. This one is coming from Patrick. Okay, Patrick, thank you for that one. Let's take more. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Vicky.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Joseph.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, now Daniel Desmond. Vicky is a good game for Man City. It's a good one for them. I said they were not going to score 2 goals, but they have shocked me, you understand? I'm not downplaying their capability, but, no matter what Liverpool is passing through, you can never say they are not a big game against against Man City any day, any time. You understand? They can pull a shock against it. But City at Etihad this afternoon, they are doing 2 goals ahead of Liverpool. It's a good game. It's a good game. City is one of the teams I love so much, aside my darling Chelsea and Pep Guardiola too. So for me, it's a good game. I wanted them to go ahead of Liverpool to win them this afternoon, but they are doing it already. So it's a good one for them. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. You also didn't mention the part where you do not have the ability to see into the future, because you said it is not possible for City to score 2 goals today. But I can understand you trying to make them look like your second team. But that's the thing. Let's take a break at this point in time. Yes, take a break. When we get back in here, of course, the second 45 of the game between Liverpool and Manchester City will be right in our faces, as we'll take you back into the action and tell you what is coming in from the Etihad. At halftime, Manchester City lead by 2 goals to 0 against Liverpool. Action. When we come back in here, it is Football Live.
Ready or not, here I come.
10, 9, 8, 8, 9.
Sports Radio, 88.9, Brilla FM.
Thiago go with the corner kick, shooting star still looking for the 3-point here. And fantastic header.
The WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, the Nigerian Nightmare,
In this very moment, I'm king.
Carroll's there, and he's won it for Liverpool.
Much criticised club record signing comes up with a header that lifts their spirits.
Higher with the crown, yes.
They'll be looking to switch it quickly here for Ronaldo, who's got the better of Diego Alves. And Ronaldo scores brilliantly. The finish of a master, a craftsman at work.
Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me.
Head on the back to Sincano. He's got the captain has won the game for Nigeria. The man who's played the game for Nigeria takes them into the final. Nwankwo Kanu, what a moment for him.
Greatness is what we on the brink of.
Oh, I don't believe it. Aguero, with seconds of the season remaining, has won the Premier League title for Manchester City. Hollywood, make this movie. They have become the first African side to win Olympic gold and to win a major world footballing tournament. And no wonder they'll celebrate. Nigeria with the gold medal.
I'm really trying to make it more than what it is, because everybody dies, but not everybody lives.
Messi scores! Another massive milestone. A half-century of goals in the Champions League. And he's the youngest player to reach that figure.
This is my moment.
Every moment is a treasure in Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM.
I wish that I could have this moment for life.
Brilla FM, a complete deal.
'Cause in this moment I just feel so alive.
They are the heartbeat of the game.
The voices that roar from Lagos to London, from the streets to the screens. They are more than fans. They are family. They are Brilla Nation. You cheer, you chant, you celebrate every goal, every victory, every moment that matters. And every single day, Brilla Media celebrates you. The power, the passion, the pride of Brilla Nation. Brilla Media, the home of champions, the voice of the fans. United we stand, together we win. Because we are Brilla Nation.
B-R-I-L-A, Brilla.
A bigger sports experience just for you on several platforms. Sports Radio.
Brilla FM.
Enjoy our services on www.brilla.net.
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Everywhere.
Subscribe to Brilla Sports TV on YouTube.
Watch, like, and share our videos. Brilla.
It's a total sports media experience. Anywhere. Everywhere.
Breaking news straight to your phone. Brilla Media is now on WhatsApp. Follow our official WhatsApp channel for the latest sports news, talking points, live updates, and in-depth coverage of sports events in Nigeria and around the world. From international tournaments to national teams, athletes, and exclusive stories. If it's sports, it's on Brilla Media. To join, simply go to WhatsApp channels on your device. Search Brilla Media and tap follow channel No stress, no delays, just sports as it happens. Brilla Media, home of the fans.
Time once again for VAR, Video Assistant Referee.
Everybody saw it.
Paul Tierney is recommending that Anthony Taylor goes and has a look for himself.
Yeah. We know you saw it too.
On reflection, he does get there first. He does make contact.
Let's review that scene and double check it all on the VAR show.
All right, make I use my VR made in Marine Beach. Yes, stand across the bridge, you see everywhere clearly. My VR made in Ngwanrimi.
9:30 a.m. Mondays to Fridays on Sports Radio, Brilla FM. VAR. The recheck.
And now
in news from the world of football, reports are surfacing that last year's changes to the UEFA Champions League may have come from a surprising source.
Here we go. Sources close to Lee are saying that Zlatan Ibrahimovic has been telling people the idea for the new format was all his idea.
Zlatan, last year we saw your announcement of the new format at the UEFA Champions League draw, and you were great.
Yes, I know. Zlatan is only here to help.
Okay, enough. You have to stop telling press and everyone else that we are making changes, because we are not.
This is the Champions League, where the best in the world come to compete. This is an all-or-nothing league, where legends are made and hearts are broken. Football never stands still. It always evolves. And now, the fans are getting more competitive games. So that every match, every goal, every point matters. The best club competition in the world just got better. Because this is the champions!
Follow all in the UEFA Champions League season on Brilla.
Hi, DJ Drogba.
Hello, this is Haile Gebrselassie.
Hi, I'm Michael Essien, midfielder.
My name is Jeremy Mikel.
My name is Danny Jordan.
My name is Kolo Toure.
Hi, my name is Diego Vangira.
Hi, sports fans. My name is Victor Moses.
My name is Lightning Bolt.
I'm Joseph Yabo.
My name is Austin Jeju Okocha.
This is David Dean, former Vice Chairman of Arsenal and the Football Association. We're on 88.9 Brilla FM.
We're reaching out to bring the big names to you. Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. There's nothing like it.
It all kicks off right here.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Yes, welcome back. The action continues. And it is now 3 for Manchester City. Right in time for Antoine Semenyo to make it 3-0. Yes, it is just gone in the third goal. And yes, they were building it. They were building it. They were taking their time. But of course, they left Liverpool to build their own momentum and play into their hands. And well walked pass right there. Semenyo beating the offside trap. And a good. It was Liverpool who actually had a throw in. Yeah, he brought it down, found Nico Riley. And Checky just played it right into the path of Semenyo, right behind Van Dijk. And he dinked it first time past Mamadashvili to make it 3-0. 50 minutes on the clock. 3-0 it is. A brace from Erling Braut Haaland. And January signing, yes, the Ghanaian Antoine Semenyo has made it a 3-0. We can as well say to the fans of Liverpool to start going home now. Huh?
Of course. It gets poorer from here. I think City would still score a goal, minimum. I don't know. It's just something you would see.
What is that thing that is so uninspiring about this Liverpool side that, last season they won and all of a sudden they just can't piece it together to get themselves out of difficult situations anymore.
Yeah, the guy who is to bring them out of a difficult situation is not having the best of seasons, Mohamed Salah. And, the man has refused to, see from other ways to make it happen. Yes, I don't think there's no replacing of someone like Salah.
Slot, does he get past this season?
Slots?
Yeah.
I think the deal breaker will be if he misses the Champions League or not. Because apart from, if it doesn't, they are losing money. No Champions League football means less money for them to, do anything. And of course, basically just runs down the team in terms of, the financial recovery from what they've had this season.
I asked that question because even though you brought the money conversation into it right now, who's going to trust him with more money if you've done about nearly £500 million and then the team looks like, they can't seem to have it together?
So I think, first of all, I think the board has to learn from the mistakes. Sometimes you also need to generally look at what the team needs. But I mean, how can you trust the direction of somebody who's basically told you, okay, we probably don't need so much in terms of defensive what's it called now? Reinforcements. How can you trust the judgment of the same man who has gone over 500 million, in terms of attacking players, and leaving just probably one defensive, okay, Kekes and okay. This is just another. This is something. The moment you isolate Van Dijk, you are pretty much dead and over, buried. In fact. And that is exactly what they've done. So I think they will probably score more goals. In fact, probably 2. It could get really bloody for Liverpool, just as the call of their shirt. But for Arne Slot, if he doesn't make, I think the Champions League is going to be the deal breaker. If they are able to probably sneak in, it gives them that leverage. But if not, I don't see him making it past this season.
Luis Enrique is probably watching this game now and he's saying to himself that, man, okay, we'll see how to beat these guys and we will just do our best to take them apart and, almost everything is working. I mean, Florian Wirtz had to come into the box to head it towards the goalkeeper so that Haaland doesn't get in at the end of it. Now, how much of a scattered gun approach is this? Because, I mean, if Florian Wirtz, who should be giving you options up front, is now the man in the box, the defenders are nowhere. I mean, he leaves a lot to be desired as far as this one is concerned. Curtis Jones has not done anything in this game worthy of note that you would say, okay.
Attack-wise, because it's been defended the whole time. And it's been defended the whole time, and because there's not much to do up front, they are barely surviving. Whoop.
That would have been a goal. That would have been some goal. In all honesty, Antoine Semenyo, from the halfway line, from his own half, just tried to beat the Liverpool goalkeeper, but it landed on the roof of the net. Of course, haven't gone out of play. Landed on the roof of the net. Mamadashvili would have been caught in no man's land there, and then, of course, it would be that the ball is in the back of the net, and then we'll be asking questions as to, that would have been a proper disgrace if that had gone in, because, come on, how are you scoring from there?
What would Liverpool fans have to go through in this game than to start conceding embarrassing goals? Well, I think what they have to do now is play for pride, and probably we'll use this as a tool to, see the defects.
Make substitutions already. I mean,
they give
some of these guys the rest ahead of Wednesday's game.
At least give yourself a chance.
Yes, give some of these guys a rest ahead of PSG game, and start thinking of if you want to try some of the ideas welling up in your head right now, because I don't see anything you're going to do differently that's going to help as far as this particular one is concerned. I mean, doesn't speak good of what we have seen so far. And yes, that explains the Mohamed Salah we've seen this season. An opportunity for him to put it in the back of the net. He had nobody closing him down. The ball had come off the whole defense. Salah of 2 seasons ago or last season will find the back of the net from that range. He's just botched it wide, and that explains the entire season that we have seen from this man. Yes, it doesn't go away when people say top players will get you over the line. It's not always in every case, but I mean, we've seen that when your top players don't also show up, there could be a whole lot more to be desired in your form, and there could be question marks around what you could do and what you may not be able to do in the course of the season. And Mo Salah, of course, had a shot parried by the goalkeeper the last time also, but this time he could not exactly find the back of the net. They trailed 3-0 in this fixture, and I can tell you, yes, I asked the question at the start of the second 45, at the end of the first 45, if a comeback was possible. Good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. in the studio. Manchester City are helping PSG with their afternoon tutorials on how to destroy Liverpool in the UCL matchup for both encounters this week. Arne Slot, when arranged, yes, anagrammatically, he says it simply means lost. Okay, it means slot, of course, means lost. Okay, and then of course arranged according to the predicament of Liverpool right now. Opera City from Apex Avenue, yes, in Alagbado. Let's take this one here. It says Man City can play big matches, but struggle against the smaller teams over there. Well, these things happen, don't they? Yes, Go Step have made it 2 goals to 0 against Genk Biligi, and Kasim Pasha have also made it 2 goals to 0. Kasim Pasha scored the moment. Oh no, it's going from bad to worse. Haaland with a hat-trick. Haaland with a hat-trick. It's a hat-trick for the big man. Yes, Erling Haaland. Right time to get in the groove. It looks a good one there. And I can tell you it is Manchester City 4, Liverpool 0. It is not even an hour yet, Joseph. 57 minutes, you're 4 goals down. Arne Slot, if this were boxing, I'll say throw in the towel.
Yeah,
but this is football. You still have to see out the minutes.
This is more than a defeat. It's practically annihilation. This is, it's probably going to do some psychological damage to the team.
Yes,
because
yes. The reason I'm thinking you should take out some of these guys already, but I mean
they are damaged. They can't. They don't matter the run. Now we are having Gomez.
Nico Riley in the box, creating an assist for Haaland. Doku, of course, dazzled there, passed it on to the young Englishman, and he just placed it for Haaland. Came off the upright, and yes, got into the net. He came off the crossbar and got into the back of the net right there. I mean, Pep didn't need to be on the sidelines to make this happen today, and that you can definitely respect as far as the season is concerned. Okay,
How
yes.
has it gone this badly for Liverpool? Last season, you would never expect this would happen, or even
this would not have happened last season. Action has kicked off in the Serie A. Yes, the game between Sassuolo and Cagliari. It is the very first minute of that game. And look at how many people Liverpool are committing into the build-up.
Do you know, they are just basically toying with them. They know they have no bites whatsoever.
Like, there's nothing left in this game. There's nothing left in this game. I just feel sorry for those who carried it go. I mean, let's hope you'll be able to get something out of this one. But as it stands, the Reds are leaving the stadium.
Just over 10 minutes into the second half. I mean, I experienced this on the Atletico Stadium. Was it last season in the MPFL? Sporting Lagos had Remo Stars 4 goals. I was basically back. The entire stadium was basically, turning their backs on the team and chanting against the Remo Stars fans, and exactly what is happening in at the Etihad at this point in time. You don't even have. I mean, people are barely even coming back from the halftime break, probably getting some coffee or some beverage. You are basically from the stores to your home from there, because there's basically nothing to write home about this game anymore.
And then you've shipped in 2 goals already
in the first 10 minutes of the second
half. It's still not 60 minutes yet.
How bad can it get?
Well, let's see. We'll probably know if as it stands, again, one cannot exactly say that there's a whole lot going for them as far as the season is concerned, because they still have some tricky fixtures where they have to go away from home. I mean, Everton are flying at the moment. You don't want to say that these guys can beat Everton away from home and get the job done. Everton have also, as much as possible, tried to close in the gap, and look at what Czechia did in that place.
They're basically just showboating with whatever they can. Just enjoy yourself. How are you enjoying yourself against Liverpool just for the sake of it?
Why not? Why not? It is enjoyment. Is the condition supposed to be tied to it?
Wow.
Is the condition supposed to be tied to enjoyment? Well, that's what you have right now as far as this one is concerned. And for a guy who did so well to have won the league in his very first season, there are too many questions for him to answer right now, to a point where it is so easy to feel sorry for him at this stage of the season. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, the numbers to call to be a part of the show right here as the action continues. You ready? Yes, let's hear from you and talk to you on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
This Joseph.
Welcome.
Happy to sign in advance. Vicky. Between I need to talk.
Now you say weekend in advance. Which other advance weekend you want to give us?
No, Easter now talk.
Say weekend in advance. I say
Vicky. This Liverpool Man City game, it's two things that were not feeling fine. There were two things that were not doing well. But when you find out, you go to see you get one where they say you know well at all, which is Liverpool. You understand? Because I know, I know it's too easy. It's too easy. I know that Man City will overcome Liverpool. They overcome Liverpool. Liverpool, no, it is not because of the league that this guy gave them. This Liverpool, it's not because of the league that he gave them. In some things, some coaches have not done what this guy has done. By now, if I don't go. Some that have left, some things that some coaches that have been stuck, and all this. So they've not done what this man is. The damage it is doing there with the players you bought, with the level of money Liverpool has spent, because they are not a sacking team or they are not a sacking club. I know. It's just a pity, and with PSG coming, Wallahi Diki against PSG. He's shown me guy.
Wallahi,
it's not PSG that played yesterday. It's not PSG that played yesterday.
How did they Wallahi?
Wallahi, Allah. That's the key. Wallahi, that's the key.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Thank you so much, Joseph. Look, any G's that enters Wallahi. 4 goals to 0, 63 minutes on the clock in that game. And after 5 minutes, it is goalless in the game between Sassuolo and Cagliari. Let's let you know also that Sociedad still lead 1-0. It's halftime in that game, but Liverpool have a penalty. Yes, they do. Yes, Liverpool have a penalty. It is Salah who steps up. Of course, we'll be hoping to dispatch this and find the back of the net. The prayers of those who went for Gogo in this game. Yes, both teams to score is about to be answered. Yes, if he went for Gogo in this game, Salah, if he scores this goal, to be his 21st goal and assist against Manchester City in 9 years. It will be his 21st, I beg your pardon, goal and assist in 9 years of his stay at Anfield. Will he do it? Will he find the back of the net? It's Salah against James Trafford, and let's see where this goes. The goalkeeper saves it. The goalkeeper saves it. The goalkeeper got a big hand to it, and they got themselves out of jail there. Ooh. Now Salah cast your gugu. Meanwhile, Rodri has been taken off in this game. As Nico Gonzalez, of course, are running things in the midfield right now. Rodri did not start the second 45. Doku did not start the second 45. Doku got substituted, I beg your pardon, for Savinho. Rodri, of course, has just been substituted for Nico Gonzalez before that penalty came. And Salah did not convert that penalty. So, yes, it stays 4 goals to 1. Maybe this would have given them a bit of momentum as far as that one is concerned. But, of course, they are having to start on a blank slate right now. Jeremy Frimpong is on right now. Yes, Liverpool have also made some substitutions. Jeremy Frimpong has come in for Joe Gomez in the game as they hope to advance the attack and find something in this game. But Joe Gomez, of course, is always a sacrificial lamb, the guy you want to take out of the line and put someone else in there and see if he gives you anything. But Salah, yes, this will be one a lot of people will talk about for a long time to come. James Trafford guessed right, went the right way, and parried that to safety. And there were a couple of City legs there waiting to, of course, recycle the possession and prevent Liverpool from getting a goal. Yes, Arne Slot there biting his lower lip, wishing that had gone in this game. So, yes, that's the situation right now as far as this one is concerned. And I can tell you for certain that Liverpool, they definitely are on top of the. They are definitely getting whitewashed by City in this game. Ooh, that would have been 5. Ryan Cherki, Bernardo Silva, I beg your pardon, the captain of the Manchester City side, hoping to curl one in there, but Mamadashvili was right place, right time, and of course, smothered that to safety as they hope to build and see if they can get something out of this one as well. Again, in terms of profiling, maybe because of his high volume of assists in the Bundesliga, I think he has not exactly given anything close to what Trent gives this side. Frimpong, yeah.
Yeah, because half of the time he gets injured. And so I think it's a difference.
I think while they were profiling him, they were just looking at the guy who gets a high volume of assists, like Trent, and then...
Because he doesn't have the range. He gets the byline, and, I think apart from the crosses, it doesn't have the passing.
Consistent with.
Yes, because the selection of crosses, I think it's pretty much been a similar. It's not as if it does many of the high crosses, the type you need, specifically in the Premier League. Most of the assists he gets in Bundesliga, the low crosses, the cuts back, that's about it. Nobody's going to give you that chance in the Premier League all the time. You need to have better selections. The high crosses, most importantly, because when you're dealing with players with height, that's what you need. You don't need to be, that's gifted, especially in height in the Bundesliga before you make it. And you need everything to actually work out well before a guy like Frimpong would actually connect. But I mean, that's not exactly what it is like in the Bundesliga. Probably the reason why Vets is also struggling.
I said this thing though, that look, Frimpong will come in.
That'll be the same
McAllister will come in. Who else? Gakpo will come in. Ngomoha will also come in. Before Chiesa will come in. Like, again, that also tells something about the Italian national team, where you have to depend on a guy who barely gets minutes for Liverpool. But he comes to the national team and you think he should be a starter. Not they always work like that.
I think that is on Schlott. He's a quality guy who at least he gives effort. Gakpo does that as well, but is the guy who continues to run. He's practically turned games on its head, for Liverpool multiple times, and build them out of many crazy situations.
Were those not those days when they were winning by those late goals and we said those things were not sustainable?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you have somebody who could take you out of jail, you keep him on the bench for
Liverpool finally gets a corner in the game. Yes, they get their first corner of the game. City have had 4 already, and who knows, if they are able to convert this, it will reflect the scoreline to be 4-1, both in corner and in goal. But Erling Haaland rose the highest to, of course, get that out of the way. Yes, to get that out of the way. And Savinho is having his moments running at the entire Liverpool backline, and it is looking... it's not exactly looking good for them. Gravenberch is off, McAllister is on right now, Ngomoha is on for Florian Wirtz, and Hugo Ekitike is off for Cody Gakpo in the game. Mohamed Salah stays on the pitch. He stays on. Let's hope if he finds a spark, if he does anything, if anything can come out of the man, if he can conjure up anything, of course, to at least help the team in the dying embers of this game. That's all we'll be projecting and be hoping we'll see as far as this one is concerned. But I can tell you, yes, if you just joined in, welcome to Football Live in the early kickoff of the quarterfinal game in the English FA Cup. It is Manchester City 4, Liverpool 0 at the Etihad. Yes, Kerkesh, of course, has been shown a yellow card. It's Liverpool's third yellow card of this game. City have picked up 2 yellow cards themselves in this fixture. Okay, Kerkesh got a yellow card in the 65th minute. Yes, he got a yellow card in the 65th minute. Before now was when he got a yellow card in this game. Gravenberch has also picked up a yellow card. Rodri, who's been substituted, has picked a yellow card, and Bernardo Silva has also been shown a yellow card in this game. 4 yellow cards so far, 2 apiece. Ryan Cherki, yes, it is time for him to come off in this game. Yes, Ryan Cherki, it is time for him to come off in this game. At just about the time where they are losing Griezmann, Cherki is popping up and he's doing good in his first season at City. France have got somebody who's capable to fill that role into the World Cup.
Yeah, 100%. You look at application. Yeah, maybe not in terms of goals and assists, which Griezmann would always give. But I think
as a controller, as a specialist for a 10 position, yes.
But as a team, and I think that's what they basically need at this point in time, because I mean, where you have Mbappe who can take the responsibility of the goals and even assist.
The Bradley Bacolas,
yes,
the Dembélés, the Doués, so all of these guys.
As a team, it makes them better and much more efficient. So I think rightly the way to go. France would never be short of talents. I mean, when you have the right structure, it's very easy to get out of these things.
They never will.
You will never be short of talent.
They never will. Yes, don't say turn by turn. The way they have structured it,
permanent.
They are not going to run out of quality. They are not going to run out of quality, and that, of course, is what we are seeing right now.
The way things are done, not by.
Before they go tell us, the money no day to do, and I lie. The plan not even day first.
Diaspora talents.
The plan not even day first. If you are having that already, you've given up on the quality of what we have at home. That's the truth. Let's not even try to. If you're going to have a committee like that, maybe you do not want
to collect work where they don't do already. Collect work where some people don't do it. When you don't even have the structure to even back up what you have here. You have raw talent. See, with the manufacture, with the dig oil for a year, carry and go export them, go refine, import them, come back. Now what do they do with that?
Again, because the body language most times, I mean a lot of times, let me not put a percentage to it, is the fact that these players are becoming more aware that if you like do 50 step over,
nobody go look you.
But just go one place, come back now. Maybe just score 2-3 goals. Main influencers just make buzz about you.
They don't finish.
You don't come national team. People go begin the. But yes, Phil Foden is on the pitch as well. Yes, he's on the pitch. He's also come on to replace someone. It was Tijani Reinders who came on for Ryan Cherki. But Phil Foden has replaced the Ghanaian. Yes, Antoine Semenyo in the game. Both substitutions were made in the 71st minute as Liverpool have yet another corner. Nico Riley, of course, blocking that one and keeping it from getting to the goalkeeper. Liverpool have taken that cross, but Van Dijk needs to head it once, head it second time, and that, of course, has been taken away from him. At this point in time, you do not also want to leave the ball to Savinho and one defender.
Go kill him now.
He's going to. That look on the face of Ekechike tells the entire story of the afternoon. Joseph.
This guy, like, what are we doing?
What's going on here?
It's a pity. I feel pity for Salah the most. Again, for the way he's been treated by plenty of the legends of the club, so-called legends. For somebody who was basically given, it was the difference for Liverpool last season.
It was.
And all of a sudden, you're having a bad time. Everybody is just running their
backs on you.
It's
everybody
who
has anything to say. You are a low-hanging fruit that they can pluck at and just have a go at you. Yeah,
it's terrible.
Long live the idols, may they never be your rivals. Because man, if he had said after last season he was going, trust me, people would have been talking about Liverpool should have done everything to keep Salah because he would have been the difference maker by now. But well, no man has been to the future to see it and know how it will turn out, and I think that's also the thing. And Gomon Hada should be getting minutes when you are winning matches. He's now getting minutes when you are looking for a comeback. Sometimes that's how you smoke out some of these youngsters.
Yes.
That's how you smoke them out because the responsibility gets too heavy.
And then they don't impress you. You ship them, you think they are not ready. You start.
Okay. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. The coaching job can be very stressful. I'm just looking at even the pressure is getting to Pep's daughter. But I mean, they lead by 4 goals to 0 now, so there's nothing to worry about. 15 minutes of normal time left on the clock as far as this one is concerned. I think a bigger fish to fry, whether you project into the future or not, or you are the kind who waits for the future to get to you before you start looking for solutions. Liverpool should look for options for Van Dijk going into next season. Not just fill the Salah role. Look for options for Van Dijk as well. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, how are you doing today?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm doing fine as well. Welcome.
Yeah, I know you're not too concerned like that, so I see me check collect Ikitike SC. One year for 50,000. I don't know why he go down. He win already. You want to come the wine there?
Nine countryman.
Just exchanges.
Nine countryman.
All right. I feel so sad for Liverpool. Honestly, even if you want to lose to City, it no be bad thing. But on the kind score line, in the issue day, and I'm really scared for them against PSG because if you hold your own against City, I feel PSG go do like everything City they do. So I feel so sad for them, honestly. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All right, thank you so much for your contribution on the show this afternoon. Yes, 76 minutes on the clock. It is 4-0. The guys from the Etihad, yes, home team Manchester City, they still lead in the game against Liverpool. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, I agree to you.
I agree to you. Welcome. Good afternoon.
What's your name, please? Tell us your name.
Daniel Desmond.
Okay.
If Liverpool think this is a worse result for them, let them wait till Tuesday. But if this were to be that Champions League PSG Liverpool, I think we'll be counting like 8 goals by now. For me, so let them keep polemic. I don't see many angle Liverpool losing 4-0 to Man City. Not that I'm bantering them or anything, or maybe they no feel lose that kind by that kind margin. But it's too much. I'm telling you. Because you are a big team and you win league last season. You are losing 4-0 to Man City. Hot after you. So it's good for them, sir. We look forward to Tuesday match or Wednesday when PSG will tear them apart. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that one. And let's see what will happen in that game come Wednesday. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, sir.
Welcome to Football
Happy
Live.
weekend.
Yes, wishing you the same.
My name is Tisha.
Yes, welcome.
See, this, I don't even know what I would say about this Liverpool. My painful thing about this is that last season, this man came in, he met some player in that game. Somebody like Luis Diaz. All this, I don't know why he allowed it, particularly Luis Diaz to go, because you know that he needs Diego Jota. He allowed Luis Diaz to replace him. Look at all the players he bought this season. None of them are working well for him. It's not paying hard for him, and it's affecting the team now. I don't know how the next game will be. Like now, Salah is talking about leaving the team. I think players there, they need to be replaced, not just because they are like somebody like Van Dijk needs to be replaced. They need to find a replacement for him now. It's time for that club is over. Let him go. So what this is now is not playing hard good for the fans. We are not happy about it. I'm telling you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one on the show this afternoon. Yes, Football Live it is, 79 minutes. City 4, Liverpool 0. And for all the build-up talk about what they were going to do, how he hopes the team will play better and play the way they played against Galatasaray and not play the way they played against Brighton, and it turns out it's all talk now, because I don't know what he's going to say in the post-match as far as this one is concerned. Arne Slot, he said, look, before this game, he said if his team shows up the way they did against Galatasaray, I personally feel, or I felt that was a poor yardstick to measure the quality of a Manchester City side if you're putting them in the same breath as Galatasaray ahead of a fixture as important as that.
I think it's, first of all, lacking of self-awareness, because the Galatasaray, we all know, they are terrible, what's the word now? Second leg players. But it's saw Juventus. Juventus didn't need to be all that good to tear them apart in the second leg. They just barely survived that because a certain Osimhen was, intent on, okay, we'll have to get this over with. And they did. And then you played against a Galatasaray without Victor Osimhen, without Noah Lang. Basically, they got injured and the game completely turned around. That was what gave you, and then you think the same Galatasaray is the same as Manchester City. I think it's like just lacking of self-awareness. And it wasn't as if Liverpool were all that special on the night, even against that Galatasaray. And I think, when you get carried away with little success sometimes, this is the result of it. and maybe this probably the reason why they made some of the decisions they made during the summer. And I think sometimes when you play this psychological boss on yourself, sometimes it gets in the way of the way things should be seen. And it's just what it is. I think they basically, again, I think many times I feel like it's just how many of the players have played the game, not particularly to him. But I think if you are not flexible enough to understand that, okay, this is what Manchester City have been doing, and you don't have answer to 2, 3, 4 different setups in the same game, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and feel, okay, maybe something has to change as well. But and it's not as if, okay, maybe they're trying to build, or you are trying to communicate something that, okay, this is how we want to play and we have to do it. This is the same team that people have applauded in times where, okay, they've been able to get something out of, even though, we understand that at the end of the day, na lamba, na person where they helping na Salah, waiting Yoruba go talk say, na person they inside masquerade, we make the dance. So now we don't cast, you don't get answer for him. So I think for me, it's just lack of self-awareness from Arne Slot. It's not, you are not who you think you are behind, away from Salah.
So unmaxed now?
It's unmaxed. It's a must. You don't go. I don't know. We vex. You shouldn't.
So Egungun finally go express.
Go express. They don't. Truck don't pull out the thing with them. They don't pull out the mask. See, now everything don't cast.
Whoever came up with that thing, Egungun be careful now. Express you.
What's a mambo?
I can understand. I know about this song, but the thinking process that arrived at such a song. The Express is no respecter of anybody, I guess he's trying to say. But yes, there you have it. 82 minutes on the clock. Football Live. The action continues on Sports Radio Brila FM. 26 minutes past 2. And for a game that kicked off at 12:45, Erling Haaland has made way for Manchester City. And yes, Omar Mamouche will finish the remaining part of the game. And on comes Federico Chiesa for Mohamed Salah. I told you, Joseph. Federico Chiesa, he's always going to be the last guy to come in. Like, it's sometimes, let me not blow my trumpet. Let me just leave it like that. I know it will rust if I don't blow it, but tomorrow is Easter. Don't worry, I will blow it for it. He has risen. I will blow it then. Let me not just say some certain things today. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Ike, welcome.
Ricky, I believe we don't watch about today's thing. We don't know say the same money no need to beat everybody. Or even do well. So this is where everybody they blame this coach. It happens sometimes. I remember when Chelsea win Champions League, they go buy another player entirely. You know, as they take for sure they might say that year. It happen. I see say na Salah. Now they give all of them name for that club. Even the former coach. If now he there today, maybe the same thing will happen. Because I remember when the keeper got the goal where they used next of 4. But then our last 3 seasons ago. Same thing almost happened. So it happened. This one they say because of this, like he said before. He said Salah go last season. Now people go hold on tight, say now waiting for time. Why go in the last season? Now true now. You don't see where person they talk now, say he allows the yes to how this and that. Who him buy? When in the buy all these guys we don't perform now. All of us they fear. Now this thing no come work out. Everybody don't they change marks. Anything they do for this life, make sure you get results. The world needs results.
That's what the world will judge you by, definitely.
If you don't get results, you're in trouble.
You're going to explain.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You're going to explain. But yeah, shout out to some things in life, because nobody was there to see the effort. Now you explain, you could explain. You could explain.
Who go believe say you they work hard?
Shout out to all the people who have actually, who have been philosophical with some of the things that they have said in this life. Shout out to Bonabon.
Make you think.
You be philosophical. Bonner say if you don't make a man, no evidence say you try your best.
Evidence.
evidence say you try your best because you gonna tell people say I used to do this, I used to do.
Oh yeah, waiting.
They go come tell you say at the end of the day we come.
Maybe by go 500 rand.
It's like
it
is full time in Turkey. Go step won their game 2 goals to against Genç Bilgi. And I can tell you also that Kasim Pasha won their game against Kayserispor by 2 goals to 0. Kasim Pasha had a man sent off towards the end of that game, but they were still able to hold on to the very end. Sassuolo against Cagliari, that game is still on. No goals scored yet in that fixture. And let's, of course, check out other places. Zenit Petersburg lead 1 goal to 0 against Krila Sovetov. And I can tell you that Dinamo Zagreb are already ahead 1 goal to 0 in the game against Osijek right there. HJK Helsinki lead against SJK. Yes, the league has officially started right there in Finland. And yes, I can tell you that for certain. This is match day 1. HJK Helsinki favorites, of course, to go for the title, already getting started on a winning note right there. Yes, they lead 2 goals to 1 in 2 goals to 0, I beg your pardon, in the 72nd minute right there in that game. Okay, yes, these are the results of action wherever it is taking place, and we're bringing it to you right here on the Champions Dial Sports Radio Brila FM. Let's of course go to other places. Cadiz against Cordoba. Yes, in that game Cordoba lead by 2 goals to 0. That of course I can tell you certainly. And yes, as we continue to take a look at scores across all the centers, across all the grounds, bringing you the action. Shanghai Port, it is 1-1 against Yunnan Yakun. And Shanghai Port have just had a penalty in the 90th minute. They just might steal a win here in this game. Cagliari, they have a penalty in the 30th minute against Sassuolo as well. And yes, they could pull a lead in this game right now. Let's let you know that Ibrahima Konate has also been shown a yellow card in the game against Manchester City. Frustration kicking in at this point in time, Joseph. They are 4 goals down, and he's just done something to earn himself a booking in this game. And that, of course, I can tell you certainly. They lead by 4 goals to 0. Talking about Manchester City. And this looks like a walk in the park for them as far as the fixture is concerned. Let's let you know that all games have kicked off in the Bundesliga. Yes, Mönchengladbach taking on Heidenheim. Bayer Leverkusen against Wolfsburg. Freiburg at home to Bayern Munich. And I can tell you that, yes, Hamburger against Augsburg. That game is also kicked off as well. Yes, Hoffenheim, they take on Mainz. It is goalless in that game. And Werder Bremen at home to RB Leipzig, as all games are kicking off simultaneously. I can tell you that Cagliari have converted from the penalty spot. They lead 1 goal to 0 against Sassuolo in that game. Esposito, yes, is the man who has scored in the game. Yes, Sebastian Esposito, 23-year-old player, yes, in this game, has put them ahead in the fixture. Let's, of course, also let you know that in China, yes, we were talking about the game earlier. Shanghai Shenhua, Shanghai Port, I beg your pardon. They have a penalty. Yes, they have a penalty. It is not yet being converted. So yes, we'll see if VR is having second thoughts about it. VR is having a look at it. It looks like the penalty is going to be waived. We'll see how that goes. But I can tell you that Dinamo Zagreb have also doubled their lead. Just about the same time, Zenit and Petersburg are doing the same in that game right there. Joseph, a team that has lost 4 goals to 0. Let's project a bit into the future. How do you pick these guys up ahead of a Champions League fixture where they take on the defending champions and one of the best teams in this competition? Also, one of the odds-on favorites to probably retain this title, Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, I think it is important that you understand the assignments. The Champions League is what you have to fight for now. I think
which is easier, the Champions League or a top 4 finish?
To be honest, I think
top 4 finish.
You need to pick your moment. It's not easy because you want to, there's no team now in the Premier League that is not fighting for something, at least for Liverpool until the end of the season. Yeah. So I think it's you'll probably have it easier in the Champions League because you just need to pick your moment. Win the first leg, try as much as possible to depend. Yeah, obviously we said like Liverpool will obviously attack, but try as much as possible not to lose the second leg, and you can just, dribble your way around like that and get to the latter stages, and you see how it goes. But
if you played like this on the road at the Etihad, played like that you did against Brighton on the road, it's full time, 4-0. Not a second was added. The moment it was 90, they just blew the whistle.
It descended into a ball first after the fourth goal.
To be honest, I'm sure that respecting the opponent means that you just end the game.
Yes.
Because this game ended before 60th minute. Yes, it was. They were 4 goals down in the 57th minute, and it was something you needed to consider to say, okay, let's just put these guys out of their misery. And as it is, whistle blown, Liverpool out of another competition. They are not in the title race. Champions League is what they must face squarely now. I don't think on the strength of how they performed against Brighton and against Manchester City this afternoon, anybody can give them the chance to say they can go all the way. I'll be up for the surprise, but I'm not giving them that.
No, I don't think anybody would. I think it's been absolutely terrible, shambolic from Liverpool.
To say the least.
Yeah, to say the least. And to be honest, even the Champions League race they are looking for now, I think it will take... I don't know how bad the rest of the teams have to be, but nobody can say they are sure Liverpool can win 4 or even 3 and not at least draw or lose 1 in the next in the next month. So I think for me it's just that bad, and this just reinforces how badly it has been for them throughout the season. And to be honest, I think the fans just want the season to end as quickly as possible, and put themselves out of the mystery. Let's see how the season goes for them, or the summer, if Slot will be staying or not. I think it is even weird. Now we are talking about the sack for a manager who won the Premier League last season.
Why not? Anything is possible.
Oh my God!
Roberto Di Matteo, we trusted him with money, and there was also a season Jose won the title with Chelsea, and before Christmas they were 17th.
Yeah, but that's the players later came out and said, okay, we just did not want him, and because apparently they called some people out, and they basically ganged up against him. Drogba, the rest of the guy basically said it out. But for somebody who you cannot specifically say, okay, he has lost the dressing room or something. There's always something attached to Mourinho. Even with Chelsea, Manchester United, there's some sort of drama going on somewhere before he gets the sack. But for Arne Slot, you can't. It's just a case of I don't even have an idea of what's going on anymore. Van Gaal at one point said he doesn't know what to do again to get something.
Guys, to imagine that there were also conspiracy theories about him favoring Dutch guys and all of that stuff and all that. Again, I think what he did in the Prem in the first season, which was last season, is going to come under the microscope, because there's going to be a lot of ways to look at it in the postseason. Now it is now looking as if, okay, the quality of what comes from the Dutch league, whether the players or the coaches are not up to scratch, because he was going to rewrite that script.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's now looking as if,
maybe
it looks like it is not something you can rewrite, because we've seen Ronald Koeman, we've seen Baba himself also came at some point. Van Gaal, Ten Hag also came, and then he himself has also walked in through those doors and won it in his first season. And I thought he was going to be the guy to rewrite the story and change the conversation about how we feel about those players who we say players who come from the Dutch league. They still need about a season or two somewhere before they can blossom into what we expect them to. Because while a few can still make it to the very top, of course, of that set that did so well, a bunch of teenagers who got to the semi-final of the Champions League, only Frankie de Jong, you say, is a guy who's holding down his spot really well. De Ligt was a bit of a journeyman before he started finding his footing at Man United.
Yeah.
He's advancing to that age. But if you talk of Frankie has played all through that time.
Yes.
And he's still pretty much holding it down.
Yes.
Donny van de Beek fell by the wayside. A few other guys here and there. Again, the money was too good for them to turn down. I felt those guys should have been able, a bulk of them should have been kept together. Let them grow.
But you also understand that's how it's been PSG all the while. They don't have so much money to keep most of them down, to tie them to long
PSV
contract.
You mean?
The Dutch teams.
Yeah, of course.
Ajax, it's not all that easy when you have. You are looking at likes of Memphis Depay. Basically 1 or 2 seasons after he broke out to ship to Manchester United, the money was good, 30 plus 35 million pounds, and I think you could the script just kept writing itself. And to be honest, maybe it's one of the reasons why the division or the league is not particularly prospering past with the way it's been for years. And you could tell, okay, fertile ground for you to probably loan out players to, do well.
Off the top of my head, one man I remember who came from that league who hit the ground running, probably Luis Suarez. Yeah.
Kano.
No, that was years ago.
Yeah, okay.
That was years
recently.
ago. I mean,
Julian Timber.
In recent time.
If not for injury.
Yeah, I think Timber did well.
Gakpo struggled a bit too, but I mean,
didn't struggle much. Yeah, didn't struggle much.
I think Noni Madueke didn't particularly do well by that standard.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
there are few and fine between the seasons. So
it's a lot of struggle. I mean, coming from that part and going
because
right
they
into
operate
it
such a closed system that it's difficult to. I don't know, and most times the players don't develop as much before they make it out of that country, and I think sometimes it plays a part because you need the environment. The Dutch environment is allow everybody. You don't have to go for. They just want everybody to develop
all
and
to themselves and just be
most
there.
Times when they don't develop before they ship them out, it's always a case of they find it hard to. I mean, Noni Madueke had to go through the paces. Now that is maybe certainly. Maybe probably getting a hang of it. He's not getting in among the goals, but you probably would say that kind of player. I feel like he still needs something to add to his game. But if he was that constant, consistent in the Dutch league, and you give him 2 or 3 seasons, 4 seasons, it should be better by now. But again, make it out early and not really develop to the full potential. And just I don't think it's a sad case, but it's just the story of what the Dutch football really is at this point in time.
Okay, well, of course we'll talk about that and lots more on the show as the action continues. But I can tell you, 11 minutes across all the centers in the Bundesliga, no goals recorded just yet, and the action definitely continues right here on Football Live. Let's get back to our talking points on the show, and yes, bring you the action. And yes, we've got you covered on Football Live. Yes, we've talked about Manchester City. They won that game by 4-1 against Liverpool. Now, Barcelona head coach, Hansi Flick, says he gave Rafinha time off to clear his mind after he was left devastated by his recent injury, while urging Marcus Rashford to step up in the absence of the Brazilian international. Rafinha, 29, injured his right hamstring in Brazil's defeat to France last week, ruling him out for 5 weeks. He will miss the upcoming trilogy of matches against Atletico Madrid, including the Champions League quarterfinal tie, and would also be sidelined for a potential semi-final. It is the 3rd time this season Rafinha has injured his right hamstring, having already missed 16 games so far for club and country in the current campaign with the same problem. Due to Rafinha's form and his own injury problems, the England forward Marcus Rashford has started just one of Barca's last 10 games. But after featuring twice for his country during the international break, maybe he gets an opportunity. Can Rashford effectively replace Rafinha? Especially in these 5 weeks where they'll be going into some really key fixtures. Joseph.
It can't. It can't add the goals. Maybe the work rate in terms of availability and just the body, and try to create chances, because I feel like it does plenty of that these days for Barcelona specifically. And I think it pretty much. But in terms of goals, the assists, the output, basically, it's not that guy. And I think what makes it easier for Barcelona is the fact that Ferran Torres seems to be in a good, rich vein of form, and the fact that he's particularly been consistent for the past at least in the past 2-3 months now is what would count for them. And then when push comes to shove, you put a Fermín López in there. He could play from that right wing, because they operate such a very efficient system that almost everybody can at least turn up to do well. Just like Arsenal, you could basically put Eberechi on the wings or the 10, Martinelli, Trossard. Even sometimes you can basically play him across the the front, the attacking roles, and I think that's what would count really well for them. But isolating Rashford, I don't think so. I think he's just going to be there for the creating chances, but for goals and just what separates the teams. No, Rashford is not that guy. He can't. Rafinha is like, He's somebody you look at and feel okay. He turns teams around. He turns games around. He grabs. He's a leader on the pitch. Is somebody who is the one who commands sometimes how the game is, the tempo of the game decides games. I think it's given how Rashford has been. Again, this is not like personal shade or something to Rashford, but given how he's played this season, how Rafinha has also played or even has been playing. I think it's a stretch. There's a golf in class, and I think Rashford would not be able to give exactly what Rafinha gives. Maybe just put a body there to occupy defenders and create chances. That's this biggest what's the point now? I mean, what's the word now? Is strength this season, but not anything more than that. No, it's not Rashford.
Okay, you don't think Rashford can get the job done? There's been 2 goals in the Bundesliga. Yes, Mainz have taken the lead against Hoffenheim, and I can tell you that RB Leipzig are also in front in the game against Werder Bremen. Yes, 1-0. RB Leipzig have taken the lead in that game. Yes, they lead 1-0 after the first 15 minutes of the action right there. Let's take you into it. Of course, a late goal, even though they had a penalty ruled out. A late goal from Wang Shengshao, yes, was what decided the game for Shanghai Port in the game against Yunnan Yakun. 1-0 action in the Chinese Super League right there. And Core, yes, has put Mainz in front. Tietz, Philip Tietz has put them in front in that game. 1-0. They lead against Hoffenheim in this fixture. RB Leipzig, yes, it is Antonio Nusa who, of course, has also scored that goal for them to put them ahead. And I can tell you that Borussia Mönchengladbach have also scored to take the lead against Heidenheim in this fixture. Bayer Leverkusen, they now trail also. Yes, Leverkusen trail by 1-0 against Wolfsburg, who have scored an early goal in this game. Yes, Wolfsburg have taken the lead out of Bayer Leverkusen. Jonas Wind is the man who has put them in front in this fixture. Sociedad themselves have also doubled their lead against Levante. Yes, you were asking for that 2-up. It has come your way. Yes, Real Sociedad have doubled their lead. Yes, Mendes, the man, yes, Brias Mendes, who has scored the second goal in this game to double the lead for Real Sociedad in the 85th minute of the action right there. 090-41,089, 090-44,089, and Freiburg against Bayern Munich. Of course, no goals recorded yet in that game. Freiburg definitely testing the resolve of Bayern in this game. Bayern have got a well-rotated side. Stanisic, of course, is in defense. Manu Neuer is back in goal. Stanisic, Kim Min-jae, and Jonathan Tah, as well as Bishkov, are the 4 guys in defense. It is Kimmich and Goretzka, who, of course, are the 2 in front of the back 4. Karl, Guerrero, and Diaz. They play right behind Serge Gnabry, who leads the attack for this Bayern Munich side in this game. They are up against Real Madrid on Tuesday, and you can understand the rotation as far as this fixture is concerned. Davies, Musiala, Olise, Pavlovic, Upamecano. Harry Kane is not on the bench. Vincent Kompany did say that the player was not fit enough to be on the bench, and he will not feature in the game, but they hope he will be ready. Would have had a few more days of rest for him to be ready for their game against Real Madrid. We'll see how that goes, and let's see where it's going to happen for them as far as this one is concerned. Can Marcus Rashford effectively replace Rafinha is what we're talking about as our next talking point in this fixture. Yes, the coach said, he has said to the player, you will have to step up now. You are in that position where we depend on you to get things to happen for us. Yes, we expect you to make it happen for us. Can he do the job? Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Vicky.
Yes.
I greet you.
Welcome.
This man with you.
Joseph is his name. Joseph.
Sorry.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, I'm just tuning in and joining the program. What's the score between Liverpool and Man City?
Oh, guy, you are late. 4-0. They beat Liverpool 4.
Jesus Christ.
4-0. Then realize it.
This coach now Yahoo coach you. And it's now Yahoo coach. You're going to come there for Liverpool. Hey. Anyway, let me touch on your talking point of Rafinha,
Rashford. Yeah.
Honestly, I think you're on point. Your point, Rafinha is Rafinha. Rashford is Rashford. Understand? And then it depends on what the opponent is bringing to Barcelona. And we see it. Rashford himself, Barcelona, I think we see him in a couple of games where he lived up to the expectation. And even right now, Barcelona is contemplating him. Not even contemplating. I think they have decided to keep him. They decided to keep him. So I'm not sure if Rashford will fill in that shoe, what Rafinha brings to the table. But on his own, he will bring his own quota too. You understand? Thank God that we have him. So it's a different ballgame that if we don't have Rashford, or we don't have somebody for Rafinha who is injured now. So we'll be kind of scared or kind of jittering that we don't have a replacement. So Rafinha is Rafinha, you are right. Rashford is Rashford. So he also can also hold his own. So I think that's my point on that.
Okay.
But this result of Man City Liverpool, this man Ayawu, don't want to scam them for Liverpool. May they take that man very well. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to you too as well. Yes, action on Football Live. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, it will be 3 p.m. And yes, of course, we will definitely switch gears and bring you more on Football Live. Goals going in already in the Bundesliga. Hoffenheim trail 1-0 against the visiting Mainz. Werder Bremen continue their poor run of form as Leipzig lead 1-0. Hamburger against Augsburg, no goals recorded. Freiburg against Bayern, no goals yet. And I can tell you that it is Leverkusen who have considered at home against Wolfsburg. And Borussia Mönchengladbach lead 1-0 against Heidenheim as the action continues. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Just about the time when reports were coming in that Rashford may not have played enough game to meet the quota, and then of course Barcelona might not be able to trigger the release clause. This injury is coming at the time when they also expect the young man to step up. But if he's not started in the last 10 games, he's only played one because Rafinha was a part of the side. I doubt if he has the confidence enough now, whether from the coach or personally, for him to step up at a time when it is the business end of the season, and you just expect that he probably would summon confidence from anywhere, pluck it out the sky, and just start performing. Well, I think this is the moment where he absolutely has to back himself up. And to be honest, I think it doesn't take any other person to rewrite a big story about yourself, for you. And if you won't be able to take it now, when else are you ever going to take it? I think this is the perfect moment for him to, sell himself to the fans who would feel, even if Barcelona don't sign him, I'd be like, this guy actually, is deserving of this. And I think it makes every sense for Barcelona would to probably have signed him at that point in time. To be honest, yes, we are saying all of this because on the back of the performances he's had, not because nobody thinks he would be able to do it. But the fact is, I think since nobody knows the future, I think it's down to him to prove everybody wrong. That yes, I might not have started really well. I might not be that guy, but I can still be that guy, to make it happen. And who says he can't provide competition for Rafinha? I think even when Rafinha, started at this same club, at one point they were almost going to ditch him until. I think he almost got a move outside. Yeah, before Hansi Flick came and said, and told him, okay, you know what, chance, and prove us wrong. And he walked his way to the top, and now he's, probably one of the first few names you call apart from Lamine Yamal and Juan Garcia. So for me, he has all the time now, and I think this is where you need to prove yourself and tell the fans, okay, maybe it did not exactly go right at the start, but I can do it now, and just go ahead and make yourself that guy. For me, on the back of what he's done, I don't think he's that guy, but he has the opportunity to do that now. Okay, let's see how that goes. I can tell you that Hoffenheim are pooled level against Mainz. It is 1-1 in that game. Yes, 1-1 the scoreline. Hoffenheim definitely lead right there against Mainz 05. Augsburg have also taken the lead against Hamburger. 1-0. Yes, 1-0 is the result from that game. The scoreline, at least at this time. Bayern yet to score against Freiburg. Bayern are on the road against Freiburg. And I can tell you also that Leverkusen still trail 1-0 against Wolfsburg. It is 25 minutes on the clock. Action across all the centers in the Bundesliga. Yes, we're still talking Marcus Rashford. The coach says he has said to the player, you be that man now and step up. Ismail Sani from Agege said, I think this is a wrong timing for Liverpool to lose. Psychologically, they won't be able to contend with PSG's explosiveness and direct play come Wednesday in the Champions League. This one here says, good afternoon, Mr. President and Joseph. What a pathetic performance from Liverpool. If they play like that on Wednesday, they will be in big trouble. Well done, guys. Steve from Glasgow. Thank you, Steve. Joseph, at the risk of not wanting to put fans under too much pressure, you don't want to show up this way on Wednesday. If you lose 4-0 in the first leg, you are out.
You're out. There's no coming back.
There's no coming back. Forget that. Anfield can be a tough place to go to. PSG will still knock you out.
Of course. I think this is...
Because you're not going to score 5 at Anfield and they won't score.
It's not possible.
I lie.
Especially this Liverpool we are seeing. I think they concede the second goal. It's pretty much over. This is a Liverpool side that's there's basically no inspiration coming from anywhere. Yeah, there's basically nothing that you could say. Okay, you go to remedy what is except the PSG basically just give the entire thing away. But I don't see it happening. They have to find a solution. Probably, I think if they get the first leg, maybe not even win. Try to probably if they lose 1-0 or even get a draw.
Yes,
I think. We can, but realistically,
even last season, Liverpool won away from home 1-0,
and they could
with
not
PSG playing all the football. In the second leg, PSG still played all the football and won 1-0, and then it went into extra time and then penalties before PSG eventually won that game. That was a different kind of Liverpool, the beast mode Liverpool that coming into the season, everything that we saw about them last season, that built a bit of fear factor and made teams consider more than one options when approaching them. All that is gone out the window now. Heidenheim pulled level against Borussia Mönchengladbach. 27 minutes on the clock. Of course, that is the result of the game coming in. Only the Bayern Munich game is yet to see a goal so far. Yes, in their game against Freiburg right there, it is still goalless after 27 minutes of the game. Hello, good afternoon. Sports Radio, good afternoon to you. What happened? The lines are jamming? Okay, keep trying. And yes, let's talk to you. Halftime, Sassuolo trail 1-0 to Cagliari. And it's almost a full time. Sociedad lead 2-0 against Levante. Zenit St. Petersburg lead 2-1 against Karelia Sovetov. And at halftime, it is Dinamo Zagreb 3, Osijek 0. In the Greek Super League, Kifisia against Panathinaikos. Panathinaikos lead 2-0. It's full time in Spain. Sociedad have picked all 3 points in that game. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome.
Okay. This is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, welcome.
Yeah, okay. Please, this type of result this afternoon is very, very disturbing. It's not that it cannot happen, but the way it happened and to whom it happened to. That is the real area where it's disturbing.
Okay.
That Liverpool can concede 4 goals against the team in England without scoring 1. It's an embarrassment. Even though they wanted to reduce to 10, there was no team playing with -1 player. But they considered 4 goals. When I predicted this ball, I predicted 3 goals to 1. If you're from Man City, because I know Man City will win. But I never knew. Even when they were against the penalty, they lost it. This is just for us to know that football is changing. And to me, I will never blame the manager because I don't think he has a hand in whatever thing that happened. This is just the type of embarrassment that confuses even the watchers, the viewers, the people, the spectators, and even the players themselves.
So you rather blame the spectators and the players than blame the manager? Is that the point you're making?
Anywhere. My own opinion anyway. That's what I feel. What I felt is what I said.
Okay, that's
because
fair enough.
To me, I will never blame the manager in this type of thing.
Well, that's you.
Yes.
I think otherwise.
The manager in this particular thing, that is me. But the point is this. This is just a warning. Particularly, I'm an Arsenal fan in the first place. I want to warn Arsenal fans who think that it is all over at the league. This is Manchester City giving a warning. This is Manchester City warning everybody who's in front of them this time around that they are very, very deadly. They can destroy. The Premier League is not yet over. The English says that pride goes before a fall. So many Arsenal fans are being carried away now.
The Bible.
Hello?
The Bible says pride goes before a fall.
Thank you very much. So, a lot of Arsenal fans are being carried away now. The euphoria that the league is over. The league is not yet over. Sometimes, even if not last season, maybe last 2 seasons, Arsenal fans were jubilating somewhere. Because I'm saying this because sometimes we still play against Man City. And the Man City is on the wheels of Arsenal. They were jubilating somewhere, either in Kenya or either in Uganda or Zimbabwe. They were arrested by the authorities. Why is jubilating? They are jubilating for Arsenal is about to win. Arsenal didn't win. Let us be very careful now. Let us not blow the trumpet that is not yet time for it to be blown. Let us not punch the cheeks that are not yet hatched. And I'm saying it, Liverpool fans not see this thing as a demoralizing result. Yes, it's very, very painful, but then it happened. After they do to people like this, if you know how those people do enjoy their own, let people enjoy it like this. It is not a good result. It's not something to endure. It's not something to entertain, but see, they will endure it. It happens in life. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, while we were taking that caller's contribution, 2 goals went in Germany. Leverkusen scored an equalizer from the penalty spot, but Wolfsburg have gone ahead again to make it a 2-1. Exactly a minute after that penalty was converted. Yes, Joachim Mahal, has made it a 2-1 for Wolfsburg in this game. Penalty scored in the 30th minute. He has scored another goal in the 31st minute of this game. Action in the Bundesliga, definitely. Heidenheim 1-1 against Borussia Mönchengladbach. Hamburger Trail 1-0. Hoffenheim 1-1 in the game against Mainz. And I can tell you that it is Werder Bremen 0, Leipzig 1. Freiburg against Bayern Munich, no goals recorded after 32 minutes. Let's look at some of the thoughts from the last caller who said fans were celebrating in Kenya or in Uganda, and I don't think how fans react has any bearing on how the team should perform. If it were the players who were going about celebrating that the league is over because they are 9 points ahead, albeit their opponent have a game in hand, that would have been a different conversation. Fans, you can't control how they react.
Manchester City had won games that everybody thought, okay, it was a Man City, thing. A Man City title. Would you say because the fans started to celebrate before the D-Day, so Man City would suddenly, drop the ball? I don't think so. Fans will celebrate whatever.
Fans will always be fans. They are not the main actors.
It doesn't move a needle against what happens on the pitch of play.
And he said he will not blame the manager at this stage of the season. Now, this is a problem that has happened to Liverpool, and since the end of October, this inconsistency has been pretty much there until this stage of the season. As a manager, you probably should have been able to find a way to arrest this slump. But he's not been able to do that. And irrespective of all the other things that have been reported in the situation, if he was fired, maybe a few people would have said, for a guy who won the title, you doubted him too early. You should have been able to leave him there to try to find a solution and dig his team out of a situation like this. But right now, he's still at it. 2 months to the end of the season, or maybe a month to the end of the season. Let's say 2 months because we're still in the early days of April. But we're looking at a guy who's not been able to come up with any results tangibly for us to say that, okay, these guys can at some point turn things around. How much time do we have on our hands to say that from now to the end of the season? Because the conversation is going towards, as long as he gets Champions League football, we would say that he has done well enough, and then that can end there. But we will also be talking about a guy who, you know, by the summation of the last caller, he said maybe we should not exactly question the man because he doesn't think it is the fault of the coach at this time.
I think, first of all, there's not much, in as much as there's not much time, I think, again, it makes the Champions League. I think the conversation, you know, probably the pressure goes less on him. And I think we feel, okay, we've been able to achieve this. I think we can, you know, restart and re-strategize. Basically, restart, you know, the entire thing next season and see where it leads us. I think by that time, no Salah, probably getting somebody to, I don't know, you can't replace Salah, but it means you have to tactically, you know, make a switch. I mean, a tweak to accommodate that. Okay, there won't be a Salah, and so we'll be going to the wings. Szoboszlai, is it possible? Or Vert?
You would waste him there.
Yeah, exactly the point. So it means it will also, you know, hinge on the fact that, okay, you'll probably be looking to get another winger if possible, you know, to accommodate the loss of Mohamed Salah, you know, and I think that would, you know, greatly influence how they play. So I think, you know, looking at that, I feel whoever comes in obviously will not be the only guy to do the entire work. And I think, you know, whether you like it or not, Salah is a key part of this system, and you know, moving him away from that, it means you also have to at least look at the profile or the numbers or the outputs or what the new guy will be able to do before you can profile him and say, okay, this is how you interpret to whatever we want to do. And I think if they got that all sorted, you want to give him a chance and say, okay, let's see how the season starts, and maybe in 6 months you can now start identifying if this is a full-blown crisis or it's just something that can be dealt with, and maybe by that time all would have been settled. But for now, I think it's walking a thin ice. Getting that Champions League or not will depend on how badly it falls, if it's going to get sacked or not.
Okay, let's see how that goes, because of course these are the questions we're looking at now, and again, the ones he's expected to respond to, and let's see how things will go from there. Maybe, of course, we'll read out a few of the reactions coming from the manager in the post-match, and let you know what he's been talking about or what the players have been talking about as we count down to more games. But yes, that game has come and gone. It is 4-0 that City won that game. Real Madrid, they visit Mallorca, and they'll be hoping, of course, to narrow the gap in the title race once again and get the job done. Lunin is the man in goal. Carreras is there, so is Heinzen, Rudiger, and Trent Alexander-Arnold. Goulet, Tchouaméni, and Camavinga are the three in the middle. Angel, Mbappe, and Diaz are the other three guys leading the attack. They're up against Mallorca starting 11 of Roman in goal. Yes, Mojica, Valiant, as well as Mascarell and Maffeo. Yes, the four guys in defense, it is Dada, yes, Molanes, as well as Acosta in the middle, and Luvumbu, yes, Muriqi and Touré are, of course, the other three in the attack as far as this one is concerned. So yes, action getting set, of course, to get started in another 8 minutes. Game should kick off right there in the game between Real Madrid and Real Mallorca. Yes, Madrid are on the road. Real Madrid are away to Mallorca this afternoon in a crucial La Liga fixture. The Los Blancos are 4 points off the leaders Barcelona, who have also, yes, they have a much bigger goal difference as far as this one is concerned. Mallorca, on the other hand, are in the relegation zone, but are only a point of safety. Any sort of result today would be, yes, massive for them, and let's see where that is definitely going to go. But yes, we will bring you much of what has happened today, and let's, of course, talk about the reactions coming in after the game. Yes, because Haaland has had a few things to say, and Arne Slot questions being raised about the man. But let's let you know that Dominic Szoboszlai has been talking after the game. He says, speaking, of course, in the game, he says, I don't know. When you do something, there is no result for it. It makes no sense. We had chances and missed them. We considered an easy penalty We lose 4-0. We cannot concede as much as we conceded in the game. Nothing else to say. It's hard to win here. 1 goal down, you still believe. 2 goals down, it's our own fault to come in at a halftime, conceding in the last minute another goal, and then at a 2-0, a chance lower and lower, and then you come out and you want to show more that you are able to come back, but of course you concede the third one, and then there is no more chance for you to come back. On what was missing, he says the fighting spirit wasn't there enough. The mentality wasn't there enough. None of us were there, to be honest, as much as we could. It is hard time. Yes, it's a hard time, but we have to stick together. On Wednesday, there is another chance. We should have, but we would have to get in our heads. This is not the season. This is not how we would like the season to end. Okay. On what the mentality, on why the mentality wasn't there. He said, that's a good question. I don't know. It is hard to find the words, to be honest. And we wanted this so much. You lose 4-0 at City. It is not the best. Now, there are questions about mentality. You always want to not go there as much as possible because, again, that's a fragile topic because it's not something you can go and up the volume and expect it to start working. On trying to bounce back in the Champions League in a bid for a trophy this season, Szoboszlai said we have to forget as much as we can and as soon as we can and just keep fighting all the time. I always say that we do it and we are winning. Yes, when we do it and we are winning, when we don't do it and we are losing. And yes, we have to fight and work hard and be there for each other. And that's what we are missing sometimes. Okay? Yes, the words of Dominic Szoboszlai at full time, of course, reacting to the game and what has happened. Erling Haaland, yes, has talked about it. He says, amazing. Of course, for scoring a hat-trick. It is the first time we have struggled a bit, but we kept going, and after 30 minutes, amazing. Another Wembley trip for us is much important. Yes, which is important. It says between 30 minutes and 60 minutes, that's one of our best performances of the season. On his hat-trick, he says, it's been some time I have done it for City, so it is time I have done it again. Yes, it is time I do it again, and it's special, so I am super happy. On the season, yes, he says it's been too up and down, and which is not been good enough. For now, it's a long week for us because we are not in the Champions League, which is not good enough, but we have to face Chelsea, which is another game. On his second goal, he said, I always tell Antoine, just keep putting in the crosses. Yes, just keep putting in the crosses. And he is new and it takes a bit of time to settle, but the cross was great and Nico Riley's cross was outstanding as well. Yes, on winning the FA Cup, he said, I've been in the FA Cup final. Yes, I've been in an FA Cup final and we are going to Wembley. This club has to win trophies on the biggest stage. Yes, of course, the words of Erling Braut Haaland. Full time, Zenit St. Petersburg have won their game. And for Bayer Leverkusen, it is now 3-1. Yes, they trail by 3-1 against Wolfsburg. Because Christian Eriksen, yes, that penalty call earlier that was ignored after Veen was brought down in the box. It was reviewed and it was given eventually. Christian Eriksen stepped up and he's put it past the goalkeeper. 3-1 they lead in that game already. Wow. Sassuolo have put level against Cagliari. 1-1 the scoreline. Action in the Serie A. 50 minutes on the clock. Ulises Garcia, yes, Ulises Garcia, the man who has pulled them level in the game against Cagliari. Let's take some of the messages on the show. Everyone from Lekki Jakoni says, Vicky and Joseph, good you guys, good day guys. Please Vicky, Liverpool no fit sack slot 4-0. What is wrong with Liverpool? Leaving that man. You're not going to face your own. Not going to face your own. Which can be made a sackam. Are your club? Leverkusen have pulled one back again to make it 3-2. 44 minutes. And there's been 5 goals already in that game. 44 minutes. And there's been 5 goals in that game. Grimaldo, once again, in the 44th minute. This game. Exciting stuff right there. And yes, it is happening. Let's let you know that Freiburg against Bayern Munich, no goals recorded still. As it continues right there. Freiburg and Bayern Munich, 45 minutes right now. Yes, they're counting down to it. There's been no goals recorded. Bayern have had 9 shots, 3 on target. And Freiburg have had 3 shots, 2 on target, 1 big chance, 2 corner kicks. Will there be more goals before halftime? Yes, as the action continues, let's go to the Scottish Premier League, where in the very first minute, Hibernian scored against Kilmarnock in the very first minute of the kickoff of this game. Yes, they took the lead. Eldon, yes, has scored that goal. Now they have doubled the lead in the 12th minute. Yes, they have doubled the lead. Motherwell trail 1-0 to Falkirk. Rangers against Dundee United, no goals recorded. St Mirren against Aberdeen, no goals still. And after 16 minutes, Gaziantep against Antalyaspor in the Turkish Super League, no goals recorded as well. The provider of the assist for the first goal for Hibernian, Pasalak, is the man who has now scored to make it 2-0 for the side. Botef Plovdiv has gone ahead. Yes, they have gone ahead against Spartak Varna, 1-0 in the 13th minute. They have taken the lead in that game. Dinamo Zagreb still lead 3-0. In the Czech Republic, Dukla Prague against Pardubic, it is goalless. Liberec against Slovako, 1-1. Sigma Olomouc trail against Mlada Boleslav, 2-0. Zlín, 2-0 down to Jablonec in another game. In Poland, Raków against the Widzew Lodz. It is goalless in that game. And in the Allsvenskan, yes, action of course in that league getting started. This should be match day 1. Yes, it is match day 1. Hammarby lead by 3-0. Yes, they lead 3-0 in the game against Miyabi. And yes, I can tell you that Degerfors 3-1 to Sirius. 57 minutes on the clock in that game. Results around the grounds. Score lines around the grounds. Jablonec have just made it 3-0. 59 minutes on the clock. And yes, we have our first game that's gone into halftime with Leipzig leading against Werder Bremen, 1-0. Soon it will be time for other games. We're waiting to see. But the reactions are still pouring in after Liverpool were thumped 4-0 by Manchester City in the quarterfinal at the Etihad. Dominic Szoboszlai has reacted to say that their performance wasn't good enough and they should have done better. Talking about the mentality, he says yes. That's one thing they all question, but they just have to stick together. Freiburg Bayern Munich goalless and halftime in that game. 1-1 the scoreline in the game between Borussia Mönchengladbach and Heidenheim. It is 1-1 and it is halftime. Halftime, Hoffenheim against Mainz, 1-1 the scoreline. And yes, 2 games are still on. Bayer Leverkusen against Wolfsburg. The away side lead 3-2. I can tell you also that Hamburg are in the game against Augsburg. It is goalless. Zenit St. Petersburg, yes, they've won their game 2-1. Dinamo Zagreb have just made it a 4-0 against Osijek. I can tell you it's not even 60 minutes in that game yet. Scored at about the time City scored their 4th goal. There was a time we brought guys from the Croatian top flight into the Premier League, and they did great. I mean, they were not so bad. Eduardo da Silva was one of them. Luka Modric was one of them. Guys from Dinamo Zagreb. I remember, I think it was Mario Mandzukic that was signed to replace Eduardo. Have I mixed up the story? Yes, it was Mandzukic who was signed to replace Eduardo at Zenit St. Petersburg, and then he later now moved on to the Bundesliga. Guys were actually coming in from that league to play in the Premier League, and they stabled and settled in. Something must have happened in terms of what those guys are giving right now. It looks like they have tailed off a bit, or the Premier League has gone a notch higher than what these guys are offering now.
Well, it's just a case of you always have to have to up the ante if you cannot offer much more than what is currently there. I think it's easy to disappear in the Premier League nowadays. Given to the fact that I think more teams are beginning to, it's not as if they are getting more money, but there's more intentional effort, to be part of something. More teams are being more ambitious. I think ambitious is the word. You have more average teams who are looking to do better. I mean, 5 years ago nobody would have said that something that would be where they are at this point in time, and that's something that would be that team where you think, okay, the average guys from every other place around the world would sort of try to make things happen. West Ham United, even in terms of recruitment, you can tell, okay, there's a pathway they are trying to go through. And I think it's more about, not just about where you come from, but if you have what it is, you can always make it anywhere. Before the likes of Shinji Kagawa and whatnot, so even Ji-sung Park, you couldn't have say, okay, there are many talents coming from South, even Asia as a whole. But right about now, you have more exports from South Korea, from Japan, and from the Asian market at this point in time. So I think it's just about the market force. First of all, you need to have that demand, and once you have what would set you apart, I think it is very easy for every other team to start looking. I mean, Brazil at that point in time now, where almost every teenager now has 1 or 2 teams looking at them. So I think it's just the way the thing works. First of all, have the substance, and I think more teams will particularly look at where the source of those talent, and you go from there. It's just about getting it the right way. Okay.
The game, of course, is kicked off between Real Madrid and Real Mallorca. Yes, that game has kicked off action in the La Liga. There were 5 minutes in, and no goals recorded so far in that game. Okay, yes, it's halftime across all the centers in the Bundesliga. And yes, that you already know that it's halftime across all of the centers, and we are definitely taking you there. Yes, reaction coming in. Botev Plovdiv have just scored their 2nd goal against Spartak Varna. Yes, right there in the Bulgarian top flight. Samuel Kalu, yes, it's the man. I was going to say he plays for this team. Samuel Kalu has now scored for Botev Plovdiv. Yes, they lead 2-0 in this fixture. Chimezie is on the bench, and I know that there's another Nigerian who's also working with them behind the scenes. Yes, he's also been working with this team as well. When I recall his name, I'll let you know. I've forgotten. He played as a forward back in the day. Anthony Uja. Yes, Anthony Uja. Yes, that's the guy. Dinamo Zagreb made it 5-0 against Osijek in this fixture. Like, what is this? 5-0. Yes, it is now 5-0 in the game right there. They are top of the table. Talking about Dinamo Zagreb, They are ahead of a Hajduk Split. But Osijek, they've not had it so good. They are second from bottom in the race this season. Sigma Olomouc pulled one back against Mala Boleslav. 3-1 it is right now. Liberec have taken the lead against Slovako. 2-1 it is in that game. Dukla Prague are now trailing against Pardubic, FK Pardubic by 1-0 in another game right there. Jablonec have made it 3-0 against Zlin in that fixture. Horsens, of course, in the first division promotion group in Denmark. They lead 1-0 against Lyngby. And let's go to other places where action, of course, is continuing. And Zala, of course, lead against Kisvada, I beg your pardon, in the Hungarian top flight. It is 2-0 in the 97th minute of that game right there. Let's, of course, go further. Yes, Riga FC lead against Jelgava by 3-0 in the Veseliga in Latvia. It is 70 minutes on the clock in that fixture. And yes, a whole lot of changing as far as the games are concerned. Rakov against Vidovets, no goals recorded yet. Rakov have been a man down for most parts of this game, and maybe they're just doing their best to ride it out and ensure that they don't concede more as far as this fixture is concerned. But yes, there you have it. Results from all the centers. The games are taking place in Thailand. Yes, support MTI FC. They lead in the 97th minute at 3-0 against Prachuap. Yes, in that game they lead against Prachuap 3-0. Let's go to the first division in Turkey, not the top flight this time. Erzurumspor against İlker. Yes, FK İlker in that game it is 1-1. Bursaspor lead 1-0 against Mardin 1969. And Menemenspor. Yes, Menemenspor, they lead 1-0 against Somaspor in another fixture. Yes, result of some of these games and how it is going down across all the centers today on Football Live. We are definitely making sure that you do not miss out on anything, and you are right there where it is definitely going down. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, I did say City are finding their spark at the right time, and it is looking very, very good. Will there be obstacles along the way? Well, they're also building fear factor, and if they're offering you options as to why they can take points off you, you better be showing them that you are good enough to make things happen. Jurgen Klopp left nearly 2 years ago, and yes, there are questions about the decline of Liverpool since he left, and yes, that this man has not been able to prevent the decline despite winning the title in his first season. Yes, the squad has changed a fair bit since he left as well, so not sure Liverpool struggles this season are anything to do with the Klopp spotting some massive drop-off and deciding to leave back in 2024. Well, people are saying, okay, that might also be a bit of the case. But Manchester City assistant manager Pep Lijnders, of course, has been speaking after the game. He says of Pep Guardiola, he said Pep Guardiola is really pleased. That is the most important. It is not easy to please him. Yes, we played a good game. 25 minutes, we were often too open, and then we started to control the game and created more chances. We deserve the win. On what Guardiola said after the game, he complimented the guys who played the last weeks and didn't play today. Yes, he was really happy because it's special if you go 8 games at Wembley in 8 years in a row. It is finals now, and yes, that's the part of the season where the business has to be done. The boys feel that. On Erling Haaland's hat-trick, wow, what a goal, unbelievable. Yes, the header for me was insane. I love striker. Yes, I love when a striker flies and attacks the ball, and the fan love it as well. On returning to Wembley for the Carabao after the Carabao Cup final win against Arsenal, he said we have to prove it. Yes, probably we'll get a difficult opponent again. Wembley is special, and I'm happy for the fans. These are special days. Pep Lijnders, of course, talking after the game. I was expecting a question as to, you used to be Liverpool's man. What happened? What did you see today?
He celebrated so hard.
Meanwhile, Arne Slot, yes, he's got something to say, and he's been talking. On the play, generally, Liverpool manager says it is very disappointing to be out of the FA Cup, not only in the manner, but also in the result and the scoreline. Another big disappointment for us. On what was missing for his side, what has been missing for a large part of the season, converting our chances into goals. I think it was even. Yes, it was an even game up until they scored that penalty. And last time we played here, yes, we considered just before halftime, and again today. Yes, we get a penalty and we get a chance, but that doesn't tell me anything. The first 35 minutes was the sort of team I would like to see, but 20 minutes after that, it was, yes, he said 20 minutes after that, we had to defend, and so much better than we were doing today. Yes, we have to defend so much better than we were doing today. Not nice to go 2-0 down before halftime. Not helpful for your mood, especially when after the season we have had. And easy, it was really hard to take. Yes, the only good thing was that we didn't concede more. Okay, maybe at halftime, because at full time it was 4 goals. On Mo Salah's miss, he said, I wouldn't focus on one player. I focus on the team. And that probably sums up us today. Yes, sums us up today, because maybe for large parts of the season, I think it is the second one he missed. Dominic Szoboszlai has also missed a penalty. So it's not only it's not only that the big chances that we missed this season, we have missed a few penalties as well. It is the first half. Yes, in the first half, there was a chance for Mo when he played the first counter-attack. Unfortunately, that didn't go in. Yes, it was that one that Kushanov got his toes to it and blocked it. Unfortunately, that didn't go in, and you have to score goals if you want to have a chance to win a game. On PSG game, he said, if you want to have a good game on Wednesday, a 4-0 loss is probably, yes, is already not helpful, but even bigger loss would be a bigger problem for us to go there. I tried to get us back. Yes, I tried to get us back into the game to make it 4-1, 4-2, to make sure, let's see, yes, to make sure that it stays at 4, and that for the remaining thing we thought about. But I took Joe Gomez out because he has shown since I am here that it's not always easy to play him for 90 minutes twice. So if you want to use him on Wednesday, it is helpful that I took him out today. On the important Champions League, on how important the Champions League is this season, he says very big, very important, because it is not every season that you play in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. We are really looking forward to that. And yes, we're really looking forward to that, playing against a very good side again, and we want to qualify for the Champions League next season, because there is plenty for us to play for. We've had a lot of setbacks and disappointments, but that is also part of being a football player and being a human being, and you have to stand there, yes, when things are not so positive, and that's what it is about now. Players that have shown so much quality in the past now have a fantastic chance, yes, a fantastic chance to show that again against PSG. The thoughts of Arne Slot, of course, are coming in. The vibe at Liverpool is clear now. Sacking Slot at this stage of the season seems insane, but it might just be the right decision, because they are usually a team of fighters. Mostly, we've not seen a bit of a fight from them. Sacking him at this point in time, Joseph, you think it might be bad for whatever they might be trying to achieve this season?
I think if sack him, worse is going to take over to, a new manager will come in. Not particularly, don't know which kind of manager would take a job, with so much mess in the dressing room, and such a manager basically will have a lot of work to do, and you look at which are the possible names that fit the stature of Liverpool, so the likes of Luis Enrique, but there's no there's no coach who would come to Liverpool now and not demand for players to at least elevate the team from the middle to the defense, and maybe not in attack, but the truth is you're also losing Mohamed Salah. You need to replace him as much as possible. So I think to me, sacking him at this point in time would not I don't think it cuts it. I think it is important that they see how the season ends out, and probably if they do get the Champions League football, I think that will give them enough buffer, and then they can decide to probably get more players. I don't know if they'll be spending as much, but I think it's important that they get those who would at least be able to be good enough for the bench, so that when they need players as probably like they did today, there will be always be options. But I think getting into all of those talk now for a new manager can feel a bit overwhelming. So for me, I don't think I want to see him sacked now. I think let's see how the season ends up for him, and then if he gets that Champions League ticket, I think he has a leeway to talk and of course to make demands, and I think it's just that way. Let's see how it goes in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, now 17 minutes on the clock. Mallorca against Real Madrid is still goalless, but Rangers lead 1-0 after 32 minutes against Dundee United. Nacional have taken the lead against Estrella, and PSV Eindhoven. Their problems just won't go away. FC Utrecht have taken the lead against PSV Eindhoven. Yes, Stepanov, the man who has scored in the very third minute of this game. Yes, Artem Stepanov has put them ahead in the game. Yes, put Utrecht ahead against the PSV Eindhoven. Sassuolo got the ball in the back of the net while they were celebrating. VAR said, okay, now that you're done with celebrating, let me tell you what exactly happened. That goal has been chalked off, and that, of course, is the story right there, right now. Zoltan Waregem against Cercle Bruges, 1-0. The away side, Cercle Bruges, are leading this game, and action is up and running again in the Bundesliga. Yes, Mönchengladbach against Heidenheim, 1-1 the scoreline. Second half has started right there. And in the other 1-1 game between Hoffenheim and Mainz, yes, action has started right there. It is 46 minutes. It is Hoffenheim against Mainz. Second half just, of course, getting started and kicking into gear as far as this one is concerned. Dinamo Zagreb have gone 6 goals up. 75 minutes on the clock in that game. It is 6-0. Yes, that, of course, is the scoreline in the game right there as the action continues. You've heard from the coaches, you've heard from those who were in charge of the game today, and how it turned out at the Etihad. Yes, it was a 4-0. Liverpool losing that game, and loads of questions welling up right now in the minds of a lot of the fans. And if you think the man should stay, would they lose anything if they let him go at this point in time? I think you just want to wait till next week. If he doesn't power them past the UEFA Champions League, for respect's sake and for what he did last season, winning the title in his first season, you probably just want him to see out the season. Even though conversations will be hard, you probably want to hold those conversations or hold those talks already to say, bros, we think you should go at the end of the season. Or if you think that will be counterproductive because they still have a Champions League place to fight for, don't have that yet with him. Give him all the necessary backing and wait for the final day and say to him, bros, you say if you don't try, if you go now. That's it, of course. Motherwell have made it 1-1 against Falkirk. 35 minutes on the clock. Action, of course, right there in the Scottish Premiership. And Newcastle from Atletico Madrid in January 2022 as the first signing following the club's takeover by Saudi-led consortium. Yes, by Saudi-led consortium. And Newcastle were in the relegation places for, yes, at the time. And Trippier has gone on to play a crucial role in the club's resurgence under Eddie Howe. The former England international helped the side ended their 7-decade wait for a trophy as a major domestic cup last season by lifting the EFL Cup, as well as playing part in the club's qualifying for the Champions League in 2023 and 2025. A joint statement, the joint statement, the 35-year-old announced that he will be departing the club where he has felt at home, most at home at the end of the season. It is emotional and I'm really going to miss it. I want to say a massive thank you to the supporters and all those that have supported me through the good and the bad times. For me personally, you've always supported me, always stood by me. To my teammates, it's going to be emotional. It has been amazing, an amazing journey with you guys, and I'm going to miss you all. But to win a trophy with you guys was really, really special. The best of my career. Kieran Trippier, of course, paid tribute to Eddie Howe, who had the trust to sign him for Newcastle United after the pair previously worked together at Burnley. Action continues. Yes, it is Football Live, your Champion Star Sports Radio Brila FM. Freiburg have taken the lead against Bayern Munich. 1-0. Yes, Freiburg have taken the lead against Bayern. Manzambi is the man who has put them ahead at the start of the second 45. Johan Manzambi. Beautifully taken. Unleashed a strong shot from distance. And yes, 1-0 the lead. Panathinaikos, meanwhile, against Kifisia, it is 3-1. Panathinaikos, the away side, getting the job done. Good afternoon, guys. Julius from the island says, for me, Slot needs to go. He has lost the dressing room and the fans. Vietz is not a winger either. Play him as an 8 or change your formation to a 3-4-3 and play him in a diamond. The way Liverpool are going, they will soon discover oil. You can spend 500 million and be giving flimsy excuses. Isak is fit. Why not use him in this game? The man said he was not fit. Giving him a run-in. I'm just tired of all the players. This comedy coach, Julius. Did you see all these things last season? Last season it was looking good. Sassuolo are back in front again. 2-1. They had to go ruled out earlier. But yes, they have scored once again. Pinamonti. Yes, Andre Pinamonti. The scorer for Sassuolo to put them ahead in this game against Cagliari. They move to 10th. Cagliari, of course, will remain 15th. Olympiacos Nicosia. Yes, Olympic Nicosia against Paralimni. Olympic Nicosia lead by 2-0. And let's let you know that though they were leading 3-0 earlier, Sigma Olomouc have fought their way back. It is now 3-3. Although VAR is checking the third goal to see if he stands or if there was anything in the build-up to that goal that could possibly rule it out. Dinamo Zagreb is okay. It is now 7. It is okay. 82 minutes, 7-0. It's okay. Well, you're actually out of all competitions. So face this one and good luck. Zlina have taken the lead against Mialovka. 1-0. Yes, in the championship group, of course, in Slovakia. And in Slovenia, Mura against Olympic Ljubljana. 83 minutes, it is still goalless right there. Sirius have gone 2 goals up against Degerfors. And Hammarby lead 3-0 against Miabi. Rangers have doubled the lead. 2-0. And Antalyaspor have scored against Gaziantep. 1-0. Leipzig have made it 2-0 against Werder Bremen. Romulo Cardoso, the guy who has doubled the lead for the side in this game. And yes, you can always trust the Bundesliga to save you all the drama. The goals, they're definitely coming in. Riga have made it 8-0. The league just started now. 8-0. Let's go to the Czech Republic, where Sigma Olomouc's third goal has been ruled out by VAR. FC Utrecht have doubled their lead against PSV Eindhoven. 2-0. The poor run of form continues for PSV. And yes, they trail 2-0. Ivar Zechel, the scorer this time around. 27 minutes on the clock. Mallorca nil, Real Madrid nil. And yes, that of course is the latest coming in from that game right there. Yes, let's go right into other games. And I'll let you know that in the Bundesliga, yes, it is Werder Bremen nil, Leipzig 2, Hoffenheim 1, Mainz 1, Hamburger 1 nil, Augsburg 1, Freiburg lead against Bayern Munich 1-0. Wolfsburg lead against Bayer Leverkusen 3-2. But Bayer Leverkusen have just converted a penalty. It is 3-3 now. Yes, 3-3 now. If it is Grimaldo who converted that penalty, then he has scored a hat-trick. But this time it is Patrick Schick who has just come on in to replace Fernandes. He is the man who has made it 3-3 from the penalty spot. So it's game on right there in the Bundesliga. That game has had 6 goals in 53 minutes. Of course, we're counting down to the game. Chelsea will be involved in the action at some point. Of course, the English FA Cup action coming your way. But yes, let's take you to post-match reactions on the show right here. What the coaches are saying, what they said after the game, and of course what was said today. Arne Slot and Pep Linders, of course, who took charge of Manchester City in the dugout today. Yes, what was said in that game. Let's bring you the reaction of both coaches as Football Live continues right here. Stay with us, the action continues when we get back.
Hi Pep. I think that's now 8 FA Cup semi-finals in a row for this club. How do you put into context that achievement?
It's special. In second place, it's really a sign of a really consistent quality the team reach every year. FA Cup is so special. No, we all know this. But especially for the fans, traveling again, having the chance to travel again, having a nice day with the family, with the kids, with all the passion around it. Yeah, it's a special place, Wembley, and you should not take for granted reaching every time a final or a semi-final, and for sure we don't do that. So it's nice. Yeah.
We know your attention will now turn to the Premier League, but having had that Carabao Cup win, what's that done for this season, this group?
I always believe the Carabao Cup is like such an important competition for the whole structure of the club, because a lot of young players from the academy make their debuts, a lot of players of the squad get minutes. It's unbelievable if you can play finals already in February, March. Winning a final at Wembley against Arsenal, and especially the way we did, creates even more hunger for us, because you know you can do it. This is a new team with a lot of settled players who take everyday lead of the team, like Bernardo, Rodri, Ruben, Erling, and it's a compliment for them how we all are growing in together. Yeah.
Sure. Hi, Pep. Erling said this is a club that has to win trophies on the biggest stage.
Sorry, has?
This is a club that has to win trophies on the biggest stage. Is that the sort of mentality you see every day in training, and what you need for the rest of the season?
Yeah, training is everything. No, we always say training is the best transfer you can make, because you have to develop the players, you have to develop the idea, you have to grow as a team on the training pitch by drilling the way you want to play, the way you want to see the team play, and give all these players the chance to be themselves, to show off what they can do. And that's the biggest compliment I can make the whole team, and especially all the players. The fire in each session, when we play Old Vion, when we do finals, when we have just simple finishing drills, or even the tactics when it's a little bit more boring, but the attention and it's a big compliment for them.
With all the strikers that you've worked with, how do you see Erling and his standing?
I worked with a lot of good strikers, with a lot of goals, with a lot of finals, with a lot of cups, with a lot of trophies. So Erling is the 12th hat-trick today. The 12th hat-trick for Man City, and in age was still has so much. The second goal was the header.
Yes.
The second goal was insane because the way the attack, he flies, the way he still puts the ball to the corner. It's I love when these kind of old school striker goals, cross, wait, commit, chip. I love it.
Kusanov recently kind of showed, I mean, that speed he showed for that tackle in the first half, is he really showing this kind of these attributes that he has now in these recent games?
Every time I see Kusa on the training pitch in the hall, I say fast. He's so fast, but he is calm as well. He defends so smart, and it helps now if you have a lot of speed in the back. But I think today, for the whole last line, all four, the way we dealt with how many players they put on the inside, how they try to make the runs, how we deal with that, always control that but still be high, and they play all four a really good game. But Kusanov, you saw in the first goal kick how there was no solution, and he steps, he commits into the midfield, and he's making steps, and he has to just make sure that he keeps growing. Young player, full of potential, but it shows Man City a lot of new players who can make that step as well. Yeah.
Just with Mohamed Salah, you worked with him so closely. I mean, do you think there'll be a lot of, like today, a lot of respect between now and the end of the season before he leaves Liverpool?
I hope he gave colour to 7-8 years Liverpool with winning the biggest trophies you can win in a style that was insane. So he should, but he will get all that, and it's nice for all the guys who were part of that team and that generation of players. They should all deserve that. Yeah.
Hey Pep, you were talking before about the sort of development of the team. Given it is a largely new team this season, are you surprised that you've been able to hit this kind of level of performance this season?
No, because the core of the team is still similar. Rodri coming back was massive, of course, but Nico Gonzalez did a really, really, really good job in the meantime. But the way Pep organizes the team and how he put his passion and his ambition every day to the players. I said the last time, there are two things certain in Manchester: weather's not that good, and Pep doing meetings with the team. So he drills them, and that's really important. But I think the main thing is that our senior players, they own it. They own it. They own the responsibility of that group, and I think then good things grow in the team when Bernardo, Rodri, Ruben, Erling, the guys who are long here, that they continue that mentality to see each next game as a final. And when that happens in a group, things grow, because the young players will grow with the senior players, and they reach certain standards you reach in training. And now I think training is massive in that.
And just on Erling, you spoke there about the sharpness he showed to get across Konate for the second goal. He's obviously struggled for goals a little bit in the second half of the season compared to the first half. I think during the international break, the Norway coach said that he was given a little break. He was allowed to go away and play one of the games. Do you think that maybe that little break has benefited him? That he physically he can get back to where he was?
Guys, it's if I see it, it's crazy what we are asking, because he carries, and I'm not saying that he carries Norway, but we all know how important player is for Norway. But a lot of other good players, what I'm trying to say is that he feels that responsibility. He reached the World Cup first time in 30-something years, I think, and then feeling the responsibility to and press and play and come to set and to run behind and to be in the box available and to keep the ball when the opposition defends man to man. There's a lot of things we ask, and do that every 3 days. But it's clearly then that not everything throughout the whole long season will go your way. But it shows character again and mentality that he comes back in this fashion, and it's a lovely, not only lovely, it's a machine to work with, and I like the guys who train like that, and compliment to him.
Anna, can I just ask you first of all your thoughts on the performance and the result today?
No, I don't think you have to ask me about the results, because that speaks for itself. That's an unbelievable disappointment. Losing is already a disappointment, losing with 4-0 and in the quarter-final of an FA Cup against a team which Liverpool played so many times great games against or fights against, and then losing 4-0 is of course a big disappointment. The 20 minutes where we conceded 4 goals were not of our standard.
How do you turn this group then into one that can go and beat PSG? Champions League obviously is your final remaining chance for silverware this season.
Yeah, that's for silverware, but it's also very crucial that we qualify for Champions League, of course, for next season. Yeah, of course, there are only 3 or 4 days to go, so there are a few things you can do, but and one of the things we need to do if we play against Paris Saint-Germain or against Man City, teams of this level, you need to defend better than we did in the 20 minutes we did when we conceded the 4 goals. I think no one will probably remember it, but the first 35 minutes there was a lot to like from my team, and it would be nice if we then can score a goal once in a while as well from the chances we create. And again, we faced a team that was outperforming their XG by a mile, and that's what happens constantly, and we every time are under that. So but if you want to have a chance of beating Paris Saint-Germain, you have to do both parts better. You have to, if you generate chance, you have to score, and you cannot be so easily beaten with the 4 goals. Then 3, because the penalty was with the 3 other goals we conceded.
Understandably, we've spent the last week talking about Mo Salah, how great a player he is, but do you need more from Salah and Van Dijk and the other senior players to help you out of this?
Nah, I wouldn't like to point out to individuals after a loss like this or after a disappointing season that we're having. So I think it's about the team, and Mo had a few good chances, which is always important because you want players like him to get chances, and I think that's what in general we did that season, getting him or other players in good positions. Unfortunately, if you look at not only on today but the whole season, the amount of goals we scored is far too low for the amount of chances we created, but definitely for the Liverpool standard.
Hi Anna, Dom gave an interview to TV and he said that the fighting spirit wasn't there, and it did feel like maybe there was a little bit of, like, as you say, it was 4 goals in 20 minutes. How much of a worry is that almost it felt like heads dropped a little bit when that first goal goes in?
Yeah, I should ask him what he means and what he means with and what period of time, if he felt that was the whole game. I did not feel this until the moment they scored the 1-0, and I think after they scored the 1-0 we were still in the game, but then we had a throw-in. Twice we conceded a throw when we had a throw-in. And they go so fast, in those moments you have to defend sharper. The second goal was a similar one we conceded earlier on this season over here, and the second time that we conceded just before half-time playing Man City. And I missed the fighting spirit definitely in the first 10 minutes after half-time. And then afterwards it was just a game where both teams accepted it was 4-0. But in that 10-15 minutes of time, I missed fighting spirit, but just the willingness to win your duel, to be there first, to make it difficult for either a pass or a cross or a finish. Yeah, that is something what we definitely have to do better on Wednesday.
Yeah, there are some videos on social media of the fans leaving early, maybe seeming a little bit frustrated. What would your message to them be now ahead of, as you say, a big game in midweek?
No, we don't want them to leave early. We have to perform better, and that's the first thing. And we have to show now that we react after a loss like this and after so many disappointments we already had this season. The good thing is the fans have always been supportive. Even today, during large spells of the first half, they were very loud. Before the game, they were very loud. So it's up to us not only to react for them, but also to ourselves. And that's what we need to do Wednesday, when we again face a very good team, where we again need to play as we did in the first 35 minutes. But in moments of defending, we need to be much more ruthless than we've been today.
Hi, Arne, you've mentioned it yourself, actually. A couple of things I was going to say about the 2 throw-ins and not blocking crosses, and also kind of not tracking runners and things like that. I mean, they are the basics of football, the very basics of football, whether you're playing at this level, whether you're playing on a park. It's the very basic of football. So as a coach, when you ask yourself tonight why your players aren't doing the basics. What's your answer?
Yeah, that I don't agree with what you are saying, but in moments you're completely right. So if you tell to me from the 15 runs Man City is making 15 times and my players don't run, I disagree with you. But if you simply look at the goals, there I see runs that are not being followed, I see crosses that are not being blocked, I see duels in front of goal that are not won, then you are completely right. But that's not the story of the whole game. But every single time we forget to block a cross, we forget to defend in front of goal, we forget to follow a runner. Every single time it's a goal.
It's not the pattern of the game, no. I'm not saying, but it was the pattern of a crucial part of the game. When you go 1-0 down, you know that's then the crucial part of the game, and that is when they don't do the things that they've got to do. So why is that?
Again, in the moments, I don't think they had a chance after the 1-0 till they scored the 2-0. But yeah, I completely agree with you. If you look at the way we concede a goal, I see the same pattern. But that's not a pattern over 90 minutes, but that's a pattern in how we concede a goal. And then you sometimes miss indeed the lack of need to understand that if you're 1-0 down just before half time, you have to do everything right to go with 1-0 down to half time. And sometimes it's about maybe trying to score the 1-1, but in other moments making sure you don't concede. And like I said, in those 20 minutes, the way we defended when we conceded the 4 goals is absolutely not good enough. And then I see exactly the same things as you.
Concentration, effort, which?
It's a bit of everything. It's effort comes first, I think. Of course, if you look at how they outplay that in the timing, the moment of Haaland comes in, but I think we have to try to make it more difficult for them than we were doing, because they're already good players. And if you don't make it difficult to good players, it's immediately a goal, and that's what we saw 4 times. And Wednesday we face again very good players, so we have to make it more difficult to them in those moments when we have to defend than we did today.
And related, really, do you think the fact that you have that 20-minute period where the game goes, is that do heads drop after the first goal? Is it an inability to kind of cope with a setback? Is it tactical? Is it panic? What is it you think that causes that kind of the difference?
Could be a bit of everything, of course. But like I said, it wasn't as if it was chance after chance after chance. So when it's chance after chance after chance you concede, you start to feel like maybe we should change our game plan or our tactics. But if it's moments, which it were, because I don't think they had many more chances than the goals they scored, then it's about understanding the importance of a moment and understanding that you need to be ruthless in those moments, even if things go against you or you're mentally maybe a bit, you find it a bit hard, that again you're 1-0 down after 35 minutes where you felt you were at least equal to the other team. And this has happened many times to us. So yes, mental could be a part of that, but it's never an excuse, because if you play in this shirt, if you play for this club, then being 1-0 down or 2-0 down is never an excuse not to put that effort in that specific moment in, because then it's almost impossible to get a result if you face teams of this quality. If you let your runner go, or you don't block a shot, or you don't block a cross against players of different level, you can maybe get away with it, but not at this level.
Johnny, last one.
Arnie, Liverpool have lost 15 games this season. That's the most since 2015. When you've had a lot of defeats, what do you do as a manager? Do you change the message when you're looking to get intensity back or fighting spirit back? Is there a change in what you do, or is it reinforcing messages, or what?
Nah. I think throughout the season, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, you constantly adjust to what you think is necessary to win the next game. So if you've won 3, you're also wondering by yourself, what should I do next to make sure they're ready for the next one? And this is also what the current situation is. So yeah, it's the reaction is not always the same after the 15 losses we've had, and you try to react in a way or do the things that I think we as a staff think is necessary to either challenge them or either get them back on track again for Wednesday evening.
Crazy score lines across all the centers. Yes, it is. Because Real Madrid trailed 1-0 at halftime against Mallorca. Now that's not how bad it is. There's still second 45 to play in that game. PSV end of intro 2-1. 35 minutes on the clock. Things can still flip. But Freiburg lead against Bayern Munich 2-0. Yes, they lead against Bayern Munich 2-0. And Bayern have thrown everybody into this game. Yes, they still trail 2-0 in this game. 75 minutes, this looks gone now. Meanwhile, Leverkusen have come from... they've always been a goal down in this game. Now they lead 2 goals up. It is now 5-3. Yes, 5-3. They considered first, Vint scored. Grimaldo equalized. Mayal scored. And then Eriksen scored to make it 3-1. Grimaldo made it 3-2. Yes, 3-2. Patrick Schick made it 3-3. Edmond Tapsoba. Yes, Tapsoba made it 4-3. And Ibrahim Maza, yes, has just made it 5-3 in the game. Yes, we did talk about how this game, or the way he started, he had all the ingredients to be a high score game. And it's turned out that way so far. It's been 8 goals in that game. And it's not even 80 minutes yet. It's just 75. 15 more minutes of normal time left to play. Bayern Munich trail by 2-0 against Freiburg. There's no coming back. This same Freiburg, I saw them over 2 legs against FC Porto. They were not special. I thought Bayern could tear them apart. But that hasn't been the case. Because even in corner kicks, Freiburg are leading. They've had 11 shots, 4 on target, 4 big chances. Bayern 12 shots, 3 on target, 2 big chances. But that's the story. Of course, I'll let you know. Action is kicked off in France. Yes, Strasbourg against Nice. 8 minutes on the clock. No goals recorded. Hamburger Fadiman sent off. Even though they put an equalizer against Augsburg, and it is going well. 1-1 the scoreline in that game. Hoffenheim against Augsburg. Against Mainz. It is 1-1 as well. And Werder Bremen still trail 2-0 against RB Leipzig. Well, Mainz have taken the lead now against Hoffenheim. Yes, Mainz have taken the lead once again. They scored first in this game. Considered an equalizer. Now they've gone ahead to make it a 2-1. They take on Strasbourg, by the way, in the Europa League. There's a lot to play for there. Is it the Conference League now? Can't even recall. I think it's the Conference League. Yes. Yes, the action continues right here. Your Champions Now Sports Radio Brunei FM, and yes, Mainz definitely giving a good account of themselves as far as the season is concerned. They lead on the road against Hoffenheim, and you won't doubt them. They've had 3 wins and 2 draws heading into this game. Yes, in the Conference League, they've done really well as well. This is also not looking good for Bayern Munich because, of course, well, they have a Real Madrid to play in the midweek. But again, Real, you've got to squeeze a response out of this game as far as this one is concerned, because this could potentially be the end of the title race. You don't want to give Barcelona something to build on heading into this game, because, of course, if you win this game, they know that, okay, you've responded well. But if you do not, they probably will put in everything to make sure they build a 7 points gap between you and them.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, I said something a while ago that I think the Real Madrid not being able to, even close the gap on Barcelona is not because Barcelona would be very good, but with the fact that Real Madrid themselves are basically the architect of their own problems. There are plenty of games you feel Real Madrid should be winning this, and they somehow don't find answers to the games early enough, and then they find themselves in the kind of waters where it's very difficult to navigate in the boat. And to be honest, I don't think there's so much to expect from Arbeloa's Real Madrid. And to be honest, I think with the way they are going, they'll probably be left contented again with a Champions League win, because it's probably like the Holy Grail, which, by the way, I feel is getting a little bit boring, because in La Liga it feels as if there's not so much of pressure to win La Liga from the body language for some time now. And whether we like it or not, the newer generation of fans will feel, okay, Barcelona have always dominated the league, and it feels as if every year on year the standard continues to get low for Real Madrid. Nobody is saying they have to go for the Champions League and La Liga all the time, but I feel like sometimes the league is what people would, people appreciate Champions League for what it is, but in my honest opinion, I don't think it's so hard to win the Champions League, especially nowadays when you just need to have the right kind of players, and for Real Madrid they will never be short on that. But the league is where you do more work, and where you always leave it to Barcelona. Well, that is where you feel like, okay, it's always going to be Real Madrid or Barcelona, one of the best, the best in terms of clashes, the best rivalries in the world. And when you always leave it to them to win, I think you already rewriting the entire history. And so far this season as well, I would not even Atletico Madrid have come into sometimes ruffle the feathers, but it's always been a case of they've just not been able to give that extra push to push these guys to the very limit. And to be honest, I feel like Real Madrid just have so much more to give than they are currently doing. Mbappe always going to do what he knows how to do best. He will score the goals, but the truth is everybody also needs to live up to the billing to ensure that, okay, Barcelona are not always running away with the league title. And in my opinion, I think that's just the dent with Real Madrid, and let's see if they can do that this season. But in my honest opinion, I think it's going to be a Barcelona season once again. It feels as if Real Madrid are always are the first to tire out of some of these conversations, and even when it comes to doing the work to ensure that, okay, we want to win this league title, they don't give it so much thought. And I think again Barcelona will just run away with it, and who knows, Barcelona are still in the Champions League. They might even do the double over them and get the shock of their lives. For me, Barcelona would win the league, not because they are very special, they've not been consistent as well. Barcelona, the results come in, but the performances sometimes drops, then they pick it again. But for the fact that Real Madrid, this kind of games, you expect them to, just do the minimum by winning. At least you don't have to do so much. They make life difficult for themselves, and they end up, losing the entire thing. So for me, I think it's going to be a Barcelona season. Whether they even turn it around Real Madrid now, I'm sure that they will not do 3 matches before they concede probably another loss. That's just how Barcelona and Real Madrid have played all season.
Okay. Let's take this comment. It's been waiting. It says, good afternoon, Brula. And yes, it says, good afternoon, sports fans. This is Adams from Akoka. Arne Slot. I feel sorry for the man. His case is just something for all managers to learn from. He joined a club that doesn't really spend money, bringing players in a single season. Please, a push to overspend at your time. Else, sorry might be your case if things no quick work out. Okay. Let's let you know that Bayern Munich have pulled one back in the game against Freiburg. Time is definitely running out now. It is 84 minutes on the clock. If there's a team that can pull it off, it's got to be Bayern. Bichkov, of course, has scored for Bayern Munich in this game. Yes, 2-1 is the scoreline right now. I can definitely tell you that. And going to other games, Borussia Mönchengladbach against Heidenheim, it is 2-2. Bayer Leverkusen lead 5-3. In Russia, definitely action going down. I can tell you that in Ukraine, Dynamo Kiev trail 1-0 to Hapoel Lviv. While of course in Russia, Dynamo Moscow lead 2-0 against Orenburg in that game. 2 quick goals. In the NPFL, Wiki Torres against Enyimba. Yes, that game is currently on. 11 minutes on the clock. And Wiki Torres have taken the lead. Nacional lead against Estrela in the Liga Portugal 1-0. Rangers have made it 3-1 against Dundee United. And Zolta Waregem, yes, Zolta Waregem have drawn level against Cercle Bruges in that game. 17 minutes Nice against Strasbourg. Yes, Strasbourg at home against Nice. No goals recorded. Now the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge has grown increasingly toxic following a string of poor performances and poor results that have seen the Blues crash out of the Champions League at the hands of Paris Saint-Germain. A comprehensive 3-0 defeat to Everton for that dampened spirits, leaving the club on a 4-game losing run that mirrors some of the worst spells in the club's recent history. Defensive frailties have been at the heart of Chelsea's struggles, with the side managing just 1 clean sheet in their last 15 outings. Liam Rosinho, who arrived to replace Enzo Maresca, believes that the narrative is sounding, yes, the narrative surrounding the team is detached from the statistical reality. Speaking ahead of the team's FA Cup quarter-final game against Port Vale, Rosinho addressed the skepticism head-on. My record in the Premier League since I joined the club, we are 4th in the league. There is a noise around the football club that we are in crisis, that I am out of my depth, and that I talk nonsense. I know all the noise. Yes, I know all of the noise. It doesn't affect what is inside of here. And that is what the players need to know as well. While Rosinho points at the fact that Chelsea seats 4th in the Premier League table based on results since his appointment, the mathematical shielding is being tested by recent performances. Joseph, are Chelsea truly in crisis, or it's all just noise, like the manager said?
Well, I don't think this is just noise. When your captain is out there basically going against the club, you have another leader of the pack, Cucurella, you know, one of the most important players, a core member of the team, also doing his, beat somewhere. You have a Copama who is basically unsettled. I think there was something about Caicedo as well. Caicedo, basically, they asked him, if he sees life as such as he said, he's enjoying himself for now, but nobody knows the future, but for now it's still, I think that's just about professional as you can get, because truly nobody knows, but it's not it's not the same as what Enzo and the likes of Cucurella have done. Well, the truth is, when you have the captain of the team basically saying all of this, and then another core members looking back at at what life was like under Maresca, to be honest, it just feels as if
I think every opportunity they get to talk about the man, they always want to remind everybody that they miss working with the guy.
Which is not healthy.
It doesn't bode well for the current temperament in the dressing room.
It's not healthy, to be honest. It's not healthy, and I think it's pretty much. They've been losing games, and on top of that, it feels as if the body language, the performances have not exactly it feels as if the boys don't want to play, or I think, to be honest, this looks like crisis. I don't think it has to get to the point where they are now losing 5 games on the bounce. It doesn't have to get to that point. And I like the fact that they are trying to arrest it early, but I think it has created a mess that people have now started to think, okay, maybe they don't even really regard or even respect the manager as much. And I feel like when the going was good, there was not much of that noise. So what has exactly gone wrong?
Yeah.
So I think now you listen to how the coach speaks. Sometimes it feels as if, okay, there's not much control. He says, I spoke with him, I did this, I did that, and you feel like it doesn't look like something is right. So for me, I think this is a bit of crisis. Although it doesn't also mean not all crises are, at grave danger of affecting the team. So,
but when the result says you've done 4 straight losses,
yes, it starts to. I think people start to give ideas. So for me, I think it looks like crisis. It looks like it is, and maybe they are fortunate that this is coming at the tail end of the season, and then you just try to prepare the crack, probably get a win or two, and then it doesn't feel like, okay, it's full blown. I think this is the early stage of crisis for Chelsea, and they have to. And when there are talks about, okay, maybe the manager who just came in at, he didn't start the season with them. He just came in the middle of the season, and there are talks about, okay, he's probably going to get replaced by this one. It's not a sign of good things to come, and I think this is the right time where the board, if they really want him, they have to back him at every decision he makes, and it just looks like the early signs of crisis to me.
Okay. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Yes, we're looking at Chelsea at this point in time. Are Chelsea truly in a crisis? Are they truly in crisis? Or you think the term crisis in this situation is overstretched? The man says he's aware of all the noise. He hears it. He's out of his depth. Oh, the team is not good enough. They're not playing good. Everything that has been said, the team is in crisis. He said that's not the feeling inside of the club, and he doesn't think that they are in crisis. Your thoughts this afternoon on Football Live, as of course we're going for the home stretch as far as this one is concerned. 91 minutes, Freiburg 2, Bayern Munich 1. If you took that game over 2.5, there you have it. It is working in your favor, definitely, and the result could be coming home for you. That's if you, of course, took it that way. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Now, another situation that starts from this afternoon or this evening is how he handles the team in the absence of Enzo, who's not going to be part of that side. This is the FA Cup where there could be upsets. I mean, I'm not saying Chelsea are going to lose that game. If you see the odds, you know that it will be hard, except they don't show up at all. But looking at what is before them, a loss would definitely flip things to another level. And if we thought this wasn't a crisis, a loss today to Port Vale could probably send us all crashing to Mother Earth to know that the problem is worse than we think it is.
Because before they can lose to a team like Port Vale, it's because they don't just want to play. They just do not want to play, and I think that's full blown. I see no world where Port Vale is better than them. But
even at Stamford Bridge,
in any case,
Bayern have made it 2-2. 92 minutes on the clock. Bayern have just made it 2-2 in the game against Freiburg. Yes, it is 2-2 right there. But yes, too little too late. Let's see what they're able to squeeze in. 8 minutes have been added to this game, and just Bayern can be that side. If there's a side that can dig deep and come back from situations like this, especially in the Bundesliga, you definitely want to trust Bayern Munich to be that side to get the job done. We're talking Chelsea, Joseph. Go on.
Yeah, and I said if in any case at all, Port Vale feel like they have Chelsea on the gongo, I think that's where the communication is there. They just don't want to play, and I think it's better late than never. I mean, better early to recognize this as a board and try to make decisions. I'm not saying probably sack the coach, but I think in this space, in this case, you don't want the player powers to move unless you just want it to be fact that okay, Chelsea are probably going to end up worse, because the moments where you feel like when players begin to feel like they have the power to make decisions and their actions will make them get over, probably just reset the entire thing, start a new project, allow the manager the will to do whatever he wants. You know, you don't want to go the route of Manchester United. Manchester United are probably still suffering all of that. It depends on, you know, some of the decisions that have been made in the past. If they now go back on it, like for example, bringing back Rashford or some of the players where you know, okay, this is what has to be done. This is, you know, what you cannot do, and then you lay down those markers, and then you allow them. Yes, Manchester United will probably have 2 or 3 more years to go on. But the fact is, once it's happening at this point in time in the early stage, you have to nick it to the bud, and you know, that would, you know, give the club at least give it 2-3 years, reset the entire thing, and you'll probably be back if you make better decisions. But to allow everything now, I think it's a signal of you know, a very doomed ending for Chelsea if they don't arrest the situation. Enzo Fernandez should not be making such, you know, comments, and you know, there will be no consequences. Back your manager,
especially
now.
For a vice captain.
Yes, back your manager now. You know, whether top figure or no top figure. Yes, they want Kukureya. You could understand. He probably is agitated. Like, okay, we need to start doing more. Spend money. Let the, you know, the real guys actually come. Those with good mentality. Those who can move the needle. Let them come. We could understand.
Okay.
But if someone like Enzo as the vice captain, basically saying he wants out, you have to nip it in the mud.
Okay, all right, let's see how that goes. Full time, Borussia Mönchengladbach against Heidenheim, 2-2. It ended in that game, and we're in the 94th minute right now. Hoffenheim, Bayer Leverkusen against Wolfsburg, 5-3 still the scoreline. Freiburg 2, Bayern Munich 2. 95 minutes, still some 4 minutes to play in that game. As far as this one is concerned, I can tell you Hamburg against the Augsburg has ended 1-1. Hoffenheim lost at home to Mainz 2-1. And though Werder Bremen pulled one back, they still trail 2-1 against RB Leipzig as we enter the 97th minute in that game. Okay, yes, Freiburg against Bayern Munich. It is 2-2 at the moment. Can Bayern snatch something late in this game? Well, we'll be here for it and see what will definitely happen. But at halftime, PSV ended up being trailed by 2-1 against Utrecht in that game. Are Chelsea truly in crisis? Or you think it's just a phase and this one too shall pass? Strasbourg have taken the lead against Nice, 1-0. And just about the same time, Cercle Bruges have a penalty. Yes, they have a penalty. Bayer Leverkusen have made it 6-3. Yes, they have scored again in what could be the last kick-off of the game. 6-3 against Wolfsburg. Nathan Tella has come in for Poku. Tella actually started the game. Yes, Nathan Tella started the game. It's been replaced by Emmanuel Poku. Of course, let's let you know that Malik Tillman, who replaced the Cameroonian Kofani, yes, he has found the back of the net. Came in the 88th minute, and yes, he has now scored to make it a 6-3 in that game. Full time, 6-3. Bayer Leverkusen picking all 3 points in that game. Attention will switch to Bayern, who of course have 1 more minute to play, as it is 2-2 in the game against Freiburg. Bischkopf, the scorer of those 2 goals for Bayern Munich today, started off at right back. What a game he's having. 54 minutes on the clock. Real Mallorca 1, Real Madrid 0. And Gaziantep have drawn level against Antalyaspor 1-1 in the Turkish Super League action right there. full time. Leipzig against Werder Bremen. It is full time. Game is over. And yes, 2-1 is the scoreline right there. Yes, Musa, of course, scoring for Werder Bremen. Yes, Salim Musa, but not enough. Bayern Munich have scored again. 3-2. Woo! 3-2 for Bayern Munich. The last kick of the game, hopefully. But yes, it is 3-2. Leonard Carr. And yes, he has put it past the goalkeeper to give Bayern the lead in this game and possibly the win now. As it continues right there. Wow. 2 goals down up until the 81st minute. But look at what they've done. They've turned this around completely to win this. 3-2. This could end now. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. At Chelsea in a crisis. The man has said no, far from what you think. Yes, the coach of the side, Liam Rosinho. He says, yes, I know what everyone has been saying. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Well, welcome.
Wilson on the line.
Wilson, you're welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you. See, for me, I think we are in the crisis. So. And that crisis is not Bowley and Beda de Balikota. You understand? Because what these two guys, Enzo Fernandez and Marc Cucurella, said in the press, all those things started from when they sacked Enzo Maresca. You understand? And you sack Maresca, you now bring in somebody who, for me, I don't think he's capable of coaching Chelsea. You understand? So for me, like you see what Enzo Fernandez said, for me, I don't see anything. Yes, there are kind of things I don't like because of, say, maybe you are playing for Chelsea and you are maybe advertising yourself for Real Madrid, which I don't like, honestly. But then the punishment attached on it, I don't like it either. Because we are fighting for something. We are fighting for top 4. And you are now sanctioning somebody who is setting that team, one of maybe Chelsea's best players this season. If you can't like 1 or 2, maybe Fernandez will be there. And now you ban him for 2 games. Maybe today's game you can say it's against Port Vale. Maybe without himself, Chelsea can win it easily. But then against Manchester City, when you know, say maybe you need that game the most, you now sanction one of the guys who is scoring goals for Chelsea this season. Because for me, Palmer didn't show up this season. This season for Chelsea, you can see Caicedo, Fernandez, and João Pedro, and maybe Pedro Neto. These 4 guys are the ones taking Chelsea to where Chelsea are this right now. So you now have issue with this guy. For me, I don't even think it's an issue itself. It's something that if this guy, if you don't like what this guy said, why can't you find him? That is how they punish players. I say they sanction players with matches. Assuming England FA now can sanction Enzo, say you will play 2 games. PSF will be like there is agenda against Chelsea. Now the club is sanctioning somebody because somebody had advertised himself for Real Madrid, of which he is not the only player that said that. What about Cucurella? Because Cucurella too say the same thing. Cucurella for me, Cucurella was because Cucurella criticized the ownership, how the project they are building, how everything is not working. You understand? And you now leave that one and say, okay, because this one say maybe he loves Real Madrid, he compare Madrid City with Benoit. You understand? So I don't understand why they sanction only one person and they leave Cucurella. Is this because that one is from Spanish or what?
Racism now.
Because Cucurella criticized everything and Cucurella even criticized the coach. I heard the coach saying in the pre-match press conference yesterday that him and Cucurella had one-on-one conversation in office. So why did you not call Enzo Fernandez to have that one-on-one conversation with him in your office? For me, the crisis chefs are putting themselves, because for me, I don't think it was a big crisis, but now they are making it big. You are sanctioning players, you are doing this, you are doing that, and you are not giving us the result Chelsea want. That guy knows how to work. I questioned that guy. Immediately I knew he learned work on that when running. I know say that guy has come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. Look, the start of a thing is not always the way to end. He did not learn work under Wayne Rooney. They worked together. They collaborated at some point. Rooney did not teach him how to coach. That's not a statement of fact. But again, my thoughts on this matter is that after the loss against Paris Saint-Germain, Enzo came out and said the things he said. Let's quickly report some goals. Zolta Waregem have scored to make it 2-2 against Cercle Brugge, 78 minutes on the clock. Strasbourg have doubled the lead against Nice. It is 2-0. And PSV Eindhoven have scored the second to make it 2-2 in the game against FC Utrecht. Action still going down, and it is 49 minutes on the clock in that game. So back to the situation. After what he said against the PSG game, I'm sure they called him and they spoke with him. Him doubling down on international duty was where he crossed the line. I'm not sure that it is you saying it for the first time that leads to these, and I'm sure that the standard you want to set for a guy who's a captain or a vice captain will not be the same standard you set for every regular in the team. Captains are supposed to lead by example. I think again, when you're also trying to build a culture, there are some things you must put in place that would may not make sense at the very beginning. But if that's the price you pay for the level of culture and the discipline you are trying to instill in the team, then so be it. I say this because at a point in time, it didn't make sense to have an Aubameyang not be part of this Arsenal team. At that time, the team were so bad that it didn't make sense for an Aubameyang not to lead the line. But I'm not sure about the details. I'm not sure about what went down. But you were given a few days off and you didn't show up. And that will be coupled with the fact that there were times where you violated team camp rules and all of that. You know what happened in the game against Tottenham Hotspur, where he was told to report to camp and he didn't observe COVID protocol, and they said he was not going to play with the team. And then the team went on to win against Tottenham Hotspur 2-1. I think for me that was where the coach felt, if I do not put my foot on the ground, these other guys will not respect what we're trying to build. And the moment he went to France, and then there were reports that he overstayed and that he had a tattoo when he came back, which means he probably branched elsewhere. I'm not sure how to piece this story together now, because again, we've not heard the two sides, and so you cannot connect the dots perfectly. But at the point where it didn't make sense to rest a guy like Oba on the bench, the coach had to do it. And I think he was laying down the marker for the kind of discipline you want to instill in the team.
Yeah, because you have a young team going up. He has youngsters looking up at him.
Yes.
And of course, whatever you translate in terms of energy would
trickle down.
Yes, and he's somebody who is popular among the players.
Yes.
So it means, whatever the pronouncement of the coach, it will be as if it is a coach against the player, which should not be so. If he makes it, whatever pronouncement he makes, like in terms of maybe punishment, it will be as if, okay, maybe the coach has a personal problem against him, and that sends the wrong message. So you have to lay down the marker, let them know, okay, this is not cool to do, and it also has to be fair. But 2 games sanction, I don't think that's too much. You have to look at your status within the club. You're a club captain, for crying out loud. If everything is falling apart, you should be to steady the ship. You should not be making it seem as if undermining the authority of the coach. You have to uphold that sense of unity. Whatever will be, but you have to be there. You are not doing that, and I think for me, it's better for you not to see anything than going up, ahead to disrespect the badge that connects you to the club. The fans as well, who are who continue to love you, whether even when you are not even playing well. I think it's it's a betrayal, in my honest opinion. Just as you have Xhaka throwing the shirt. Yes, you could even understand from Xhaka's point of view. They were basically maligning him.
Fans who turned against him.
But the fact was, he removed the shirt and threw it out. That sends a message.
Yeah.
So I think what I feel is that's the sanction for 2 games is probably too lenient in my opinion. And it feels as if okay, now just 2 games now.
But the worst part is it comes at a cost.
Yes,
not to have a guy like that available in games where they have to win. Champions League football to be played next season.
Obviously.
Are you willing to sacrifice all of that because you want to discipline one player?
Yeah, but again, this is respect that we're talking about. You have to. No player should be bigger than the club. The moment you feel like okay, you are the club
you are
needs
the man
me.
Now.
Yeah, the club needs me more than I need them. I think that's a very toxic relationship. No player should feel that way, and I think it's just about right. Let them know that okay, you are not the alpha and the omega. You are not more important than the rest of a chain is just as strong as its weakest link. The moment it gets broken, you don't have a chain. It's never going to be complete. So let them know that everybody is important, and when you start stepping out of line, you have to pay the consequences. And I think it's just right that Chelsea make him understand that.
Okay, Cercle Bruges thought they scored another goal, but yes, it was ruled out for offside. In the meantime, Strasbourg have just made it 3-0, and PSV Eindhoven have gone 3-2 up against Utrecht. Yes, they've scored 3 straight goals now. I'm feeling sorry for you who said no side to score 3 straight goals in a row. You don't see Amabi, Sango don't cast them because that goal has been scored and there's no VAR check. Play has continued. Yes. Asteras Tripolis lead against the AL Larissa by 1-0. St. Mirren have doubled their lead against Aberdeen 2-0. Rangers lead 3-2 against Dundee United. It is Motherwell 1, Falkirk 3, and Hibernian. Yes, they lead against Kilmarnock by 2-0. Yes, action, of course, coming in 67 minutes on the clock. I can tell you Mallorca still lead 1-0 against Real Madrid. There's been some changes for this Real Madrid side. Yes, some names have been introduced. Yes, Eder Militao has come on in for Dean Heisen. Vinicius Junior has replaced Moran, and Jude Bellingham has also come on in for Edu Camavinga in this game, as they hope to at least pull a leveler first before thinking of the possibility of going ahead to win this game. But that I can tell you for certain, it is still 1-0 as far as this fixture is concerned. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Are Chelsea in crisis? And yes, that's a big question on the show at this time on Football Live before we wrap things up right here. Let's hear from you. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. President.
This is who?
Please, who are you staying with? Yes, I'm sorry.
You said what?
Please, who is your partner there?
Joseph.
Can I say something about Chelsea and players?
After you tell us your name.
Okay. My name is Godwin.
Godwin, okay. Welcome.
Okay. What is my opinion is that for all what is going on with the player, the vice captain, for me, I believe that it's his own opinion. If you say you want to stay for Chelsea, he stay. If you say you don't want to stay for Chelsea, but what is bad is the second captain. A team whereby a good leader is how the examples come to pass. There's no good leader in Chelsea. Even included the boss. The boss doing anyhow. The players are doing anyhow. If they have good unit, coach is always come and go. Players remain. Just like a Balak. Balak stay. Soldier come and go. That is what it means by players and about coaches. Coaches is fire and employee. So I don't see any reason that you will go, you know that you have a contract. You went outside with interview, you say you don't know what, you know that you have 6 years contract that you have. and a vice captain. You can't do that now. You need to protect the entity that you belong to. You need to give good example.
So are Chelsea in crisis? Okay. That's the question we're dealing with on the show today. Are Chelsea in crisis? Would you say that with all that is going on now, Chelsea are in crisis?
Yes, I can't hear you very well.
Would you say all that is going on right now, that Chelsea are in crisis?
Yes, Chelsea is in crisis. We all know that. But you, as a vice captain, it's not the time for you to announce your family outside.
Okay, all right. So thank you for that one. And you keep harping on what the player has done. That's not exactly what the focus on this particular talking point is about. I mean, I think everyone has looked at that area, but we're just looking at a different angle to the entire situation. Rangers have made it 4-2 against Dundee United. Just when you thought Dundee United were going to probably sneak in something in this game, Rangers have, extended their 2 goals advantage in that game. Let's let you know also that Dynamo Moscow, yes, they are right in it. They lead by 2-0. They've surrendered those 2 goals lead right now in that game against Orenburg. It is 2-2 right now in the Russian top flight. Yes, that game is currently 2-2. And I can tell you that certainly Dynamo Moscow led by 2-0, but it's still 54 minutes in that game. So yes, still expecting a whole lot to happen as far as that one is concerned. Strasbourg lead 3-0 against Nice, and it is definitely looking good for them. The form has not been the worst that I have seen this season. I'll be honest with you, I am pretty impressed. And by the way, it is Gary O'Neill who's there. Yes, it is Gary O'Neill who's there at Strasbourg. He's up against former Southampton coach Claude Puel. Yes, in this particular game, it is 3-0 Gary O'Neill. Yes, he lead his side, Strasbourg lead in that game. By the way, he said he was recommended for the job by some guy, and they called him up to say, okay, might be one of the few English guys who are doing well to replace Liam Rosinio, and he went, and the rest, as they say, is history. Let's take more calls as we ask the big question before we wrap things up today on the show. Are Chelsea truly in crisis? Hello.
He's up against Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good morning.
Is it morning where you are?
Hello.
Good morning. If it is morning where you are. Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you, Victor.
Yes, what's your name?
Happy to speak. My name is Taiwo.
Taiwo, you're welcome.
I'm happy to get through across to your program for the first time. I'm talking of your own answer of program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome, Taiwo.
And Joseph.
Yes.
Well done. Good afternoon to.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good morning. So, well done. Basically, I want to talk about Chelsea. First of all, I'm a Chelsea fan from the days. Chelsea is in a deep mess. This mess, not in crisis. Maybe I would say maybe crisis is just an understatement. But the problem, to me, the way I perceive it, is not. If you bring the Pep today, or you bring Arteta, I don't know the best coach you can mention to manage Chelsea today. The same problem will repeat itself. The team will get some good results. Up Chelsea get like 2 or 3 or 4 games, but at the end of the day, they will finish 5th. Or if some other team above of them mess up, they will finish. If Chelsea can finish in the next 3 years, it's 3rd. Yeah, yes. So what I'm trying to say is the recruitment is bad. The board does not know what they are doing. I think some of this anger are what made some of these stars go out there and be talking. They know they are already in it because they have huge number of contracts, years left on their contract. They know. They're just forcing a way they're looking a way to force exit. Which if I'm in the shoe too, I would do the same thing. But the bottom line is that the root cause analysis of this problem is the recruitment. I don't think Chelsea has more than 6 standard players. Every other players, they are just champions player to me. Let us just be. Because the fame the club has built over the time, the achievements and all that is what is keeping the club going. So
I will say we know Rosinho capability now. Who was he? He's in Strasbourg. What was the achievement? So what do we expect him to come and do? Even the one that left, what's the name? This Italian.
Maresca.
Hello?
Maresca,
sorry, thank you. I want to be sure I'm still online. The one that left is just a gamble. What did he do? I watched about 3 games in this last one, the FIFA Club World Cup. They were making some small team and he came and he won the game. I'm not saying it's not good, but it's not up there. They are both average. Fine, the likes of Company was average when he went to Bayern. But of course, he has not done anything spectacular. Bayern has always been winning the league. But what we are saying is that in terms of standard, in terms of what Chelsea expects, Maresca, the one that is there now, Potter, all those ones, they are average coaches. They are just using Chelsea to grow, to learn, and become this. Bring the best coach to get to that system you have in Chelsea. They will mess up. And the boss in their own too, telling the coach that you have to play the boys, you want to showcase them so that you can sell them for with this. You've never seen a team that is always changing the winning formula. You change your central back almost every 2 games. What kind of who does that? I'm not an Arsenal fan, but I can tell you the best 11 of Arsenal. I can tell you 2-4-7. That Gabriel will play Saliba and other. For you in Chelsea, they just want to play start today. Tomorrow they play Adaradio because they want to showcase these guys and sell them for a bigger money in the future. So to me, this is a big mess. System problem, players issues. So system player issue, players issues and all that. So to round it up, also I don't want to take too much. I'm happy joining this program, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
The club is in a big mess. The board has to know what they are doing. They are not celebrating. They're not ready to be part of carrying trophies. They want to make their own money. The people, Americans and all that. So of course we'll keep following the club. We'll keep following the club and we'll see how it ends. But in the next 5 years, yes, Chelsea can finish his third. And the only condition that will finish that third is that some teams did mess up. Now you have like 2 or 3 seasons off. Now they're coming back.
Taiwo, we've got to go now. Thank you. Thank you for your time. We've got to go now, Taiwo. You're taking all the time we have. Yes, we have more contributions to take on the show. So keep it as short as possible. It's not. It's a contribution, not really a conversation that should last long and go on and on. Chelsea make 3 changes from the side. Beating so disappointingly at Everton in the Premier League. Enzo Fernandez, of course, has been given a 2-game ban by the club after outspoken comments suggesting he leave in the summer. Andre Santos starts in midfield while Estevan Willian is also in the starting lineup. Moises Caicedo drops down to the bench. Robert Sanchez in goal. It is Gusto, Fofana, Adarabioyo and Hato. Lavia and Santos are the 2 in front of the back 4. It is Estevan Willian, Cole Palmer, as well as Pedro Neto, with of course João Pedro leading the attack. On the bench, Shemando, Chapong, Sa, Kukurea, Esugo, Caicedo, Anacho, Kavuma McQueen, as well as Delap. And for Port Vale, manager, yes, John Brady. He makes 4 changes to the side that lost 4-0 to Wycombe Wanderers. Yes, as Rice Walters, Liam Gordon, and Ben Wing. Not forgetting Martin Sharif. Yes, they come in for Jordan Shipley, J.M. Headley, as well as George Hall and Ethan Archer. So it is a lineup of Gauchi, of course, in goal. Back 5 of Lawrence Gabriel, John, Humphreys, Hall and Gordon. With, of course, Walters, Ojo and Garrity. Yes, the 3 in midfield, Wayne and Sharif, are the 2 up top in this game. Yes, they are the 2 up top in this game. So Chelsea. Here is probably my final words to you before this game kicks off. You are playing a League One team that is bottom of the table. The decision to say Enzo is suspended for 2 weeks today should be a mere formality. Maybe they think the odds are against Manchester City. The next game are pipped against them. Anyway, they might look for someone in the midfield that is more defensive and consciously minded. And we'll see how that goes. But it's a big, big statement. In some ways, it works with these fixtures. To set that example, a big statement. Maybe a big risk as well. But what's the worst that can happen? They just might come off better. You never know. But whether it does or not, we're about to find out. 79 minutes. Mallorca 1, Real Madrid 0. Now, Chelsea manager Liam Rosinho has spoken on Cole Palmer, captaining the side today for the game. He said, yeah, he's ready. He shows leadership in the way that he plays and the bravery in which he takes the ball. I think this is a natural step for Cole Palmer, to be honest. And I'm sure he will do the captaincy with real honor, with the integrity that it deserves. Joseph, there are some underlying messages there. Like there's an underlying message there for him to say he would do it with the honor. He would do it with the integrity that the captain's armband deserves, that the captaincy deserves.
Does he have another chance?
Some guys have actually not honored the badge or the captaincy or the armband by the things they have said in recent weeks.
Well, that's true. I think you look at what has been going on around. I think it's important that you at least douse the entire tension. You know how you carry the entire thing. And again, it's not to say maybe they are looking to change captains or whatever, but somebody is always in the standby. Somebody has to lead the charge, and whoever is worth it. And I mean, unfortunately, you don't have plenty of such figures profile in Chelsea, as it were. Reece James, the captain. Who else? The Enzo, yeah, because of his mentality, not because of his experience or something, but he's got great mentality to lead everybody on.
Yeah.
Robert Sanchez, but it looks like the quiet type. Who else? Cucurella, nah. Cucurella feels like it looks like the kind of a follower who would always be there. He's always going to be, that supporting member and quite popular, but to be in a leadership position, maybe not his strength. But apart from these guys, I struggle to see anybody. And
okay.
That's why you need many of those profiles, because at least if you know that, okay, this is what this guy is doing. For example, the case of Enzo Fernandez, somebody will be there to at least say, okay, put him back to his senses. But who realistically is there who can, chat with him? Not apart from Reece James, I don't think there's any other person. So that's just about it.
Okay, that's it on today's edition of Football Live, your Champion Star Sports Radio Brilliant FM. Of course, let's take some of the messages. This one says, my name is Austin. Chelsea is not only in crisis, they are in a deep one. The likes of Enzo, Cucurella, and even Caicedo are leading the onslaught, and the suspension of Enzo will certainly worsen it. The club may end up in the middle of the table at the end of the season. That's from Austin. This one says, Ehije from Oshodi. He says, good afternoon, guys in the studio. You guys are doing well, 100%. Thank you, Ehije. He says, I know, yes, we know La Liga is for Barcelona this season, but Real Madrid, please win this one. Bayern has done well. For Chelsea and their problem, it's all about impatience. Sacking Maresca was a huge mistake. Yes, they are in crisis. And this one, of course, to wrap things up, coming from Godfather, says, good afternoon, Joe, my guy, and VQ Baba for the boys. He says, I see Chelsea in crisis, and you can see it from the manager's statement, like you see, yes, sir. Okay, he said, like you will see changes going forward. Yes, he says, again, you can see that Cucurella also said, what Cucurella also said in an interview, that they played in the second leg against the PSG without a proper plan, which is an indictment against Rosinho. But my only concern is why was only Enzo punished and not Cucurella? That's an indication of a crisis itself. Godfather from the UK. Okay, thank you, Godfather, for that one. And special birthday shout out, of course, to our brand manager, Olu Dolapo, Mufi Infolua, Showumi. Yes, happy birthday to you. You're a year older today. Alpha, give us control. We don't ready. Boys don't iron shoes. we don't polish clothes. We don't iron shoes. So share location, I beg. Yes, from all of us at Brilla, yes, wishing you a wonderful birthday, and We hope this will be a special celebration and a special year for you as well. Best wishes to you, and yes, you will have it as you have it in your heart as well. Yes, that's how we wrap things up. We leave you in the capable hands of Adam Baba Suleiman. Ladies and gentlemen, Adamu Araye, he's in the building, and you already know what's cooking. Adamu! And yes, Femi will be joining him as well, and they will be bringing you the action from Stamford Bridge, Chelsea against Portville, and much more, of course, are coming in. Southampton will take on Arsenal, St. Mary's much later tonight, and yes, all these and lots more coming your way. Keep it locked on your Champions Dial. From all of us right here, Joseph and I, it's been a wonderful time being your host on Football Live. Let's do this again next time. Good evening to you.